7. The days crept on, and Goma and the children didn't come home. He felt their absence in his bones, his chest, the membranes of his throat, so that at times it was difficult for him to speak. Initially, he went to Pandy Palace almost every day, first calling the house to say he'd be coming, and then spending some time with the children in the living room. He was offered none of the hospitality that was usually accorded to a son-in-law, not even tea. The Pandys were obviously avoiding him as much as they could. Perhaps they saw this as an opportunity to wrest their daughter away from a son-in-law who was nothing but a failure. When he did encounter Mr. Pandy, the old man was more interested in talking about politics than about Ramchandra's rift with Goma. And Mrs. Pandy hardly showed her face. Their opinion of him was so low, Ramchandra thought with much bitterness, that they didn't even care about society's criticism of women who lived separated from their husbands. Good riddance, he could hear them saying silently. One day, to a servant who had come down with the children, he insisted that he talk to Goma, and she appeared. He sent the children away and talked to her. She listened but said she couldn't come back to the house right now. She seemed lethargic, as if the whole matter had tired her. Darkness circled her eyes, like Nalini's. "I'm not tutoring her anymore," Ramchandra lied, but the information had no effect on Goma. "Not right now," she said. When he reached out to hug her, she slipped away from him and left the room. After that, he no longer asked to see her and she no longer came down. What hurt him even more was that, with each visit, he could tell that Sanu had grown to enjoy living at Pandy Palace. She showed him a frock her grandmother had bought for her, talked about the gardener, with whom she'd developed a friendship. And there was the girl from Kitwan, Hasana, a few years younger than Sanu, a scrawny child with a sassy mouth. Sanu adored her. Every time Ramchandra went to Pandy Palace, he found the two together. When he asked Sanu whether she missed home, she became serious and said, "Of course I do. I want to go home." But he knew she thought that's what he wanted to hear. Rakesh was his usual jovial self. He'd ask about some of his friends from the surrounding houses in the courtyard, but then lose interest and go running upstairs. Amidst everything was Malati. She no longer talked of Goma, and when Ramchandra brought up her absence, Malati said, "I'll never be able to show my face to her again." He watched her carefully, trying to judge what she was really thinking. He didn't doubt her sincerity, but often he sensed that part of her, something that defined her, made her a person, remained elusive. He found himself trying to figure out what she was thinking. Sometimes, when she stood looking out the living room window, the expression on her face confounded him. It was sadness, yes, but it was also longing, a craving for something he could not comprehend. And this expression, accentuated by the afternoon rays streaming through the window curtains, made him feel that even as she was in the room with him physically, she was somewhere else emotionally, laughing with someone else, whispering an urgent detail into someone else's ear, someone with whom she was truly Melody, Melody who knew how to enjoy life, Melody who got what she wanted. He saw her in this alternate life so vividly that the Melody in front of him became a mere shadow, a poor cousin. His own words made him shake his head. Poor cousin? Of course she was poor, and so was he. And as if hearing his thoughts, she'd look at him and smile. The city had brightened in anticipation of Tihar. Around the outer walls of their houses many inhabitants had already wrapped strings of lights that blinked and winked all evening long. Those people who were rich left them on all night, and the faint glow illuminated the street, sometimes revealing a roaming band of dogs. In Ranapakari, the entire periphery of the pond was illuminated, and so was the bridge that led to the Shiva shrine in the center. The lights, reflected in the water, seemed to be swaying when a breeze ruffled the surface. A couple of times in the evening Ramchandra stood by the black railings that surrounded the pond and watched. He thought of the children, how excited they'd become during Tihar, when they could play with firecrackers and join a straggly band of neighborhood children to go to each house in the area and play Diyasi. When Sanu and Rakesh came to their own house with their friends, Ramchandra would make sure that he extracted enough entertainment out of them before he gave them any money. Often, in the courtyard, he'd ask Rakesh to sing a popular tune and Sanu to dance. Goma would come down to watch her children, and she and Ramchandra would exchange looks of pride as Sanu and Rakesh and their friends shook their hips and flailed their arms. All across the city people congregated in living rooms to play cards flush, Paplu, 29, marriage. They'd sit in a circle on the floor and hurl money at the center. They'd drink, argue, and maybe leave the room in a huff. The women of the house would bring endless cups of tea and spicy minced meat, or hover behind their husbands and uncles to watch what was at stake. Children eyed the money hungrily, crying bakshish whenever someone made a large haul. Some went bankrupt in minutes, others stuffed their pockets with cash and strutted down the streets. Ramchandra had been invited by a few people to join them in playing TAS, but he declined. He'd never liked gambling, mostly because he was always poor. He'd never understood how people could risk their money so thoughtlessly. Melody had begun to improve in her math. She had mastered compound interest and mensuration, and Ramchandra was becoming convinced that, with more intensive sessions, she would definitely pass the SLC. She started to come earlier to the house, so Ramchandra had to get up before sunrise to take his bath and make himself a cup of tea. Now he tutored her for nearly 2 hours. But once she'd left, the morning stretched before him like a long yawn. The school was closed for the festival, so he had the days to himself, and after Melody left, his mind immediately went to Goma and the children. A servant boy from Pandi Palace came every morning to cook for Ramchandra so that he wouldn't have to worry about his meals. The boy, a chubby young man with a thin mustache, cooked well and left enough for dinner, but that portion often went to waste, because Ramchandra would end up eating at Melody's house. A couple of times Ramchandra tried to pry from the boy some information about Goma, what she did all day, whether she mentioned his name, but the boy didn't know enough, or, if he did, was under instructions not to tell Ramchandra. Ramchandra spent the afternoons in Malati's house, where they made love in her room, sometimes even with Malika Didi puttering around in the kitchen. She apparently had become used to Ramchandra's presence, for she often brought him tea and biscuits without Malati's prompting. One day, while Malati was washing Rachana's clothes in the bathroom, Malika Didi told Ramchandra that her skin disfigurement had subjected her to ridicule and contempt when she was a child in a village outside Kathmandu. She spoke to Ramchandra as if he were her older brother, as if he would understand precisely what she had suffered, and he wanted to live up to that role, so he shook his head and said, "Tisk, tisk," as she described her suffering. Once, she reached out and touched him as she talked, and, strangely, he felt moved. On the morning of Lakshmi Puja, when all the people in the city were praying to the goddess to make them wealthy, Ramchandra prayed to the small picture of Lakshmi in his kitchen and lit a few sticks of incense. Every year he had prayed to Lakshmi, asking her to do something about his financial situation. As he stood, his palms joined in front of her, he would picture a house, just a small house, with enough room for his small family. This year, a house no longer seemed important. He asked that his wife and children come back to him. At dusk he called Pandi Palace to see whether he'd be invited there, but no one picked up the phone. Probably they were outside, enjoying the lights or playing with the firecrackers. He didn't go to Malati's house that day, he stayed by the window in Jayzidaval, looking at the street. Groups of boys and girls came by, dancing, beating the matal. Some entered the courtyard and began their chant, asking for money or anything the household could provide. Ramchandra turned off the light in the flat and watched them from the window. Even on the day of Bhai-Tika, 2 days later, when Sanu would perform puja on Rakesh, tightening the bond between a sister and a brother, Ramchandra got no call from Pandi Palace. On that evening, he did go to Malati's house, and Malika Didi insisted that she put Tika on him, make him her brother. Ramchandra didn't like the idea, but how could he say no? So he let her, and then, reluctantly, gave her a 20-rupee note as Dakshina. Around 9 o'clock, after they'd eaten dinner, they heard thunder, and soon rain was clattering on the roof. Chickens in the nearby shack began to scream. Chewing the betel nut Malika Didi had passed around, Ramchandra waited for the rain to subside. But it came down even harder, and the ceaseless noise of the torrent made him drowsy. The next thing he knew, he was being led to Malati's room by Malika Didi. He kept saying that he had to go home, but he couldn't keep his eyes open. He woke to a silence that told him the rain had died down. Malati was sleeping beside him, Rachana squeezed in the corner. He put his hand on Malati's hip, hoping his touch would wake her. But she was in deep sleep, and his thoughts kept getting louder, accusing, cajoling, condemning until he forced himself to sit up and shake his head and groan out loud. Even that didn't wake Melody, although the baby did cry and thrash around in her sleep. Softly, Ramchandra got out of bed, and, finding his way in the darkness, and this tormented him even more, how familiar he had become with the interior of this house, he moved to the main door and left. The streets were shiny from the rain, and he had no idea what time it was. Hardly anyone was out. Occasionally a car hurtled past, and from one car a drunk shouted something incomprehensible, though to Ramchandra it sounded like an admonition, a warning. With frightened steps, he walked in the direction of Pandy Palace. The rain returned, a drizzle that soaked him by the time he reached the house and stood in front of the gate. The roof was bright with colorful electric lights. All the rooms were dark, except for one window on the second floor. That was Goma's bedroom before she married. Could she be there, awake? Where were the children sleeping? He grabbed the iron bars, leaned his forehead against them, and closed his eyes. The sound of screeching tires startled him. It was a police van. A uniformed policeman got out and asked what he was doing at the gate of this house. "I'm just taking a rest." The policeman came closer. "Are you trying to sneak in, huh?" "That's what it looks like." With his right hand, he waved a baton in the air. "Are you trying to bomb this house? Are you a communist? Which party do you belong to?" "No party." Ramchandra's eyes started to water. "I'm resting." "Drunk? Are you a drunk? I'll take you to jail." Another cop shouted from inside the van, "What's going on?" "I think he was trying to go inside to steal." "This is my Sajirali," Ramchandra said. "Yes, of course." The policeman laughed. "If you don't move on, I'll take you to your real in-laws' house. Down at the station." He struck Ramchandra hard on the shoulder. "Move on." Ramchandra clasped his right shoulder with his left hand and bent over. "Vamush," the policeman said before getting back in the van. Ramchandra, his shoulder flaming, stumbled away. He imagined coming to Pandy Palace in the light of the morning and telling Goma what had happened. He pictured her rubbing some tiger balm on the spot, the heat of the ointment and her soothing fingers making his pain evaporate. He couldn't remember how he managed to get home, his mind was a blur. But he staggered up the stairs and flopped down on the bed. The pain in his shoulder kept him from lying on his right side. Through the window, he saw the full moon, the same moon that appeared outside Goma's window, the same moon that shone above Melody's house, except that she wouldn't be able to see it from her windowless room. Throughout the night he imagined noises in his apartment, footsteps creaking up the stairs, the clank of dishes in the kitchen. After the police incident, Ramchandra was reluctant to visit Pandy Palace. He thought of his children constantly, but the realization that Goma had given up on him, that she had severed their relationship, made him numb. As Tihar drew to an end, instead of visiting Sanu and Rakesh, he only talked to them on the phone. He had found a phone for public use in a shop in Maladi's neighborhood. For privacy, he could take the phone inside a small room, the cord winding over rice sacks and kerosene containers, and he called the children every evening. But these conversations had begun to acquire a lethargic tone. Sanu and Rakesh had nothing to report to their father, and he had nothing to say that interested them. Rakesh once reminded Ramchandra that the story he had started, about the poor girl, had never been completed. Ramchandra assured him that the final installment would be delivered as soon as they came home. One day the inevitable happened. Maladi came in the evening for an extra session, and she ended up staying the night. After the session, he had encouraged her to eat dinner with him, and they ate the meal that the boy had cooked for Ramchandra that morning. They made love, then fell asleep. He woke a few hours later and watched her. Her lips twitched as she slept, and occasionally her eyebrows fluttered. A couple of times she whimpered, troubled by something in her dreams. Ramchandra felt a deep affection for her, not unlike what he felt for his children when he watched them sleep. Well, Maladi was a child, he thought. He reached over and kissed her, and she opened her eyes. "Ama, what time is it?" she cried. And when she saw that it was already 11, she panicked. "Malika Didi will kill me," she said, and hurriedly put on her clothes. "You're not going home at this time of the night." "But I have to." Ramchandra thought about walking home with her, but at this time of night many drunks were staggering in the streets, and there was no telling what they'd do when they saw a young woman. So he suggested they call Malika Didi and tell her Maladi would be home early the next morning. "But where can I call from?" The shop that had the phone would be closed by now, but Ramchandra knew the shopkeeper slept inside because he was afraid of thieves. Ramchandra would have to wake him, there was no other way. They trudged downstairs, and Ramchandra rapped on the shop's door. The shopkeeper's sleepy voice asked who it was, and when Ramchandra identified himself, the shopkeeper didn't believe him. "I'll call the police," he threatened. Only after a long moment did he open the door, and then he scolded Ramchandra for waking him. When the man saw Maladi, he became even more irate. "This doesn't look good," he told Ramchandra. Everyone in the neighborhood by now had heard that Goma and the children had left. Ramchandra calmed him down, saying that he misunderstood the situation, and signaled Maladi toward the phone. Her conversation with Malika Didi didn't go well. Maladi sounded defensive and apologetic, repeating, "What to do? I fell asleep. I'm sorry." Malika Didi's rough voice crackled over the phone, and Ramchandra flinched with embarrassment as he heard the words slut and harlot. The shopkeeper pretended he wasn't listening, but his forehead tightened. Ramchandra snatched the phone from Maladi and said to Malika Didi, "This is Ramchandra here. It was a mistake. She'll be there tomorrow morning. Please calm down." His voice apparently triggered something in the woman, for she started cursing him in terms he'd never heard before. Motherfucker. Pig's ass. Ramchandra handed the phone back to Malati and looked apologetically at the shopkeeper, who stood at the counter, ready to snatch the phone away. Malati was saying, "Please don't say such things, Malika Didi. Please." And then she hung up, because Malika Didi had slammed down the phone. Ramchandra gave the shopkeeper an extra 5 rupees, which he took with a grunt. Back upstairs, Malati sat on the bed, unable to sleep. She hasn't been this angry in a long time. But I don't understand, Ramchandra said. She didn't mind me sleeping at her house. Why is she so particular about this? She's always been unpredictable, Malati said. Now, I'm not sure she'll welcome you to the house anymore. Neither of them slept well the rest of that night, and around 4 o'clock, Ramchandra got up to make tea. I'll make it, Malati said. While she was boiling the water, he put his arms around her. I don't know whether I'll be able to see you for a while. She poured some milk into the boiling tea. Did you hear what I said? She mumbled something he couldn't decipher. I'm going to Pandy Palace today and ask Goma to come back, he said. She stirred the tea. Even if she doesn't come back immediately, it's best if you and I don't see each other. If that's what you think is right. But it means that I may not be able to tutor you anymore. Her face was sad as she poured the tea. The light in Mr. Sharma's window had come on, and he was peering in their direction, so they moved to the bedroom. Ramchandra held Malati's hand and said, "Everything will be all right in your life." He told her that she should concentrate on the chapters on quadratic equations and probability, since those were her weak areas. He stroked her face. "I have brought nothing but trouble for you," she said. "It's my fate. I have to deal with this." At 5 o'clock, even before light began spreading across the Kathmandu sky, Malati headed toward home and Rachana. Ramchandra stood in front of the Ganesh statue in the kitchen and prayed, asking the elephant god to make his day successful. The prayer gave him a boost of confidence. The shopkeeper with the phone sniggered at him as he walked by. "When is Goma Baja coming back home, Ramchandraji?" he asked. "Today," Ramchandra said. The air was colder than it had been the past few weeks, and Ramchandra tightened the muffler around his neck. He walked briskly, pretending he felt more confident, hoping that this affectation would spread into his surroundings and impress Goma so that she would return with the children. By hook or by crook, he repeated to himself, "I am going to get them back today." When he entered the gate of Pandy Palace, he saw Mr. and Mrs. Pandy sitting on the porch. He greeted them with a smile, and asked after their well-being. Their cool reception didn't deflect him. He said, "I have come to take Goma and the children home." "That will depend on her," Mrs. Pandy said. Mr. Pandy, staring into the distance, acted as if Ramchandra weren't there. Ramchandra leaned against the porch banister. You could try to persuade her. Why should we try to persuade her, son-in-law? Mrs. Pandey said. What have you given to our daughter other than unhappiness? And now you've done something that has shown your true nature. What did she tell you? She hasn't told us anything, but that's because our daughter is a sweet girl and won't speak badly of you. Whatever you did, it must be pretty bad. Otherwise, why would she have left you? That's right, Mr. Pandey said, although he didn't look at either of them. Ramchandra was furious. You've found a good excuse, haven't you? This was all you needed, a move from Goma. And now you'll do anything to separate us. I couldn't even spend Dasain and Tihar with my family. What are we doing? Mrs. Pandey said. Her face was turning red. We're doing nothing. Whatever is happening is between Goma and you, it has nothing to do with us. You've never held me in any regard. He wanted to hurt them. You don't want to see us together, that's what the problem is. Yes, that's what it is, Mr. Pandey said, rising to his feet and looking at Ramchandra threateningly. What are you going to do? What have you done to our daughter? Ramchandra also stood, in case Mr. Pandey lunged at him. You are miserable people, he said. You are status hungry, money conscious, miserable people. He didn't know where his courage was coming from. This was hardly a good start to getting back his wife and children, but he couldn't stop his tongue. You will burn in hell for your treatment of me. Mr. Pandey sat down, obviously debating whether he should physically tackle his son-in-law. Hell. Mrs. Pandey said. It's you who has put us through hell all these years. With your dingy apartment, with your miserable job. The screen door creaked and out stepped Goma. You are going home with me today, Ramchandra said. See what your husband is doing. Mrs. Pandey said. Like a lowly cobbler, he's come to argue with us. What happened? Goma asked Ramchandra. Nothing happened, he said. Get the children ready so that we can go home. She's not going anywhere with you, Mrs. Pandey said. Ramchandra took a step toward his mother-in-law. And why not? And who are you to say that? Mrs. Pandey called to her servants, and she kept many of them, presumably to have them throw out Ramchandra. Why don't you go inside, mother, so that we can talk? Goma said. I don't want him here. He's my husband, Goma said. He has a right to come here. 3 servants had appeared, but Goma asked them to go inside. Mr. and Mrs. Pandey also left, reluctantly. And why are you acting like a hoodlum? Goma asked. Let's go home, Goma. This is too much. I can't take it anymore. So, it's all about you, then. What about me? He took her hand. Please. Let's go home and talk about this. There's nothing to talk about, is there? You've already made your decision. It's not like that. What is it like, then? Ramchandra said, in a tearful voice, I need help. I can't live without you and the children. What happened was because something's not right with me, and only you can help me. No one else. Oh, so you hurt me, and now you want me to cure you? I am not a magician. Goma, please. I told Sanu yesterday what happened. Ramchandra stared at her in disbelief. Why did you do such a thing? Why shouldn't I? She's been asking me what happened. She's been depressed. And you're telling her made her happy. He didn't want to argue with Goma, but he was sickened by the thought of Sanu looking at him with scorn. She's old enough to deal with the truth. He was silent, then said, I thought she was happy here. She's a sensitive girl. She was pretending, so that I wouldn't worry about her. Ramchandra sat down in the chair vacated by his father-in-law. Goma, let's go home. She turned toward the gate. What will I do there? It's your home. It belongs to you. The door burst open and Sanu and Rakesh came out. Rakesh immediately complained to his father about his not having visited in a long time. Sanu remained at a distance, avoiding his eyes. Go pack your belongings. We're going back to Jayzidaval. Rakesh looked at his mother. So soon? You didn't tell us about this. Goma patted him on the head. What about school, then? Rakesh asked, a trace of hope on his face. We'll worry about that once we get home, Ramchandra said. Sanu went inside. Ramchandra waited breathlessly for Goma's response. All right, she told Rakesh. It's time for us to go home. The taxi ride to Jayzidaval was filled with silence. Even Rakesh stopped his usual chattering and pressed his nose against the window to blow vapor on the glass. Sanu sat with hands in her lap, her eyes on the crowded streets. Earlier, after she had vanished into the house, they had had to search for her. She was found in the back garden, lying on the grass and staring at the sky. Ramchandra wanted to apologize to her, but he let Goma approach their daughter and ask that she get ready. For a long moment Sanu didn't move, then, muttering under her breath, she went in to pack her things. The taxi driver was singing an old Nepali song, one that proclaimed heartbreak despite the protagonists chasing a damsel named Sani up and down the slopes and crossing the river of Bijapur, Ukali Orali Chadhira, Bijapur Kola Tara, Sanala Bolanda Boldana, Parnu Perperio. Just to break the tension, Ramchandra first hummed along with the driver. And replacing Sani with Sanu, he started singing. Rakesh began to belt out the song too, poking Sanu at each mention of her name. Ramchandra, who was sitting beside the driver, turned around and said to his daughter, So, Sanu, who is chasing you, Sanu didn't smile, and Goma said to Ramchandra, coldly, You don't need to teach my children about chasing and grabbing. Ramchandra stopped, and Rakesh went back to pressing his nose against the window. Only the taxi driver continued humming. As they got out of the taxi, the neighbors watched. The tea shopkeeper stared at them while he was giving change to a customer. A coin slipped through his fingers and clanked its way down the street. A neighbor smiled and nodded. Inside the courtyard, Mr. Sharma leaned on his windowsill, unsmiling, and Ramchandra observed him carefully to see how he looked at Sanu, but Mr. Sharma was watching Goma. They trudged up the stairs, and for a brief moment Goma stood on the landing, as if she felt traces of Maladi's presence. "I'm going to sleep in the children's room," she told Ramchandra. Sanu headed toward her room, and Rakesh went to a neighbor's window and shouted to his courtyard friends. Ramchandra had to remind him that they'd all gone to school. It was already 9 o'clock, and his school reopened today, too. He'd leave it to Goma to decide whether the children should go. As if reading his thoughts, Goma said, "Okay, get dressed for school." Rakesh pouted with disappointment. "But we haven't had anything to eat. And school's already started. I'll give you money for snacks. Come on." She went to the children's room with the bags and helped them get ready. Sanu, passing Ramchandra on her way down the stairs, didn't meet his eyes. After the children had left, the apartment was silent. Goma stayed in the kitchen. Ramchandra sniffed the bedroom for the scent of Maladi in the air. He peeked inside the kitchen. Goma was sitting on a perka in a corner, her knees pulled up, her fingers doodling figures on the floor. "What shall we eat this morning?" he asked. "I don't need to eat. I'll cook something for you." "There's nothing to cook. I'll go to the market." "No need to cook only for me," he said. 2,000 explanations, apologies, excuses floated through his mind, but all he could do, too, was doodle on the floor. A loud rap sounded on the door downstairs. "Who could it be?" Ramchandra said. For a moment he didn't move, thinking that this moment with Goma was too important to break. But the rapping continued, followed by footsteps on the stairs. He went to the landing and saw Maladi coming up, holding Rachana on her hip. Sucking in his breath, he bounded down the stairs, and nudged her to go back down. She started to speak, and he shook his head vigorously. In the courtyard, he whispered, "Goma is back." "I am so sorry, sir," she said. "Malika Didi kicked me out of the house." "Why?" "She said she's angry about everything." "But you haven't done anything." I pleaded with her. It was of no use. "Where are your things?" She threw everything out on the front porch. Says if I don't pick it all up by this evening, she'll throw it into the street. Mr. Sharma had come back to his window and was watching. Ramchandra glared at him, then he thought hard and said to Maladi, "Okay, right now I'm talking to Goma. Why don't you come to the school at around 11, and we'll find a solution." He asked whether she'd had anything to eat, and she shook her head, so he fished in his pockets and found a 20-rupee note for her. He told her the directions to get to his school. "If I'm teaching, just wait outside the door. I'll find you." "How is Baju?" she whispered. "She'll be fine." "I am so sorry about this, sir," she said, her eyes welling up. "But I didn't know where else to go." "Don't be sorry. Okay, go now." He went upstairs. Goma was in the kitchen, sitting in the same position. It was nearly time for him to get to school. He hadn't planned on going there today, because he hoped to spend time with Goma and find ways to reconcile, but he couldn't leave Melody in the lurch. "I'd better get dressed," he said to Goma, who didn't look up. As he went to the bedroom, he heard her say, in a low voice, "It was Melody, wasn't it?" He said nothing, just stood in the doorway, his back to her. "What does she want?" "Nothing." She wanted nothing. "It's over between us." "She's in trouble, isn't she?" "Yes, but it's not a big deal." She said nothing more, so he got dressed. His stomach was rumbling. Maybe he could eat a samosa during the break. He went back to the kitchen. Goma was now standing by the window, looking out. "I am leaving," he said. She turned. Her face had a strange expression, a combination of pain and resolve, and he was slightly afraid of what thoughts were running through her mind. "What are you going to do about her?" she asked. "It's over, Goma. Trust me. Please. I have learned my lesson." "Are you going to leave her, just like that?" It was a momentary thing, a lapse. "It'll happen no more." "A fine man you are," she said. "Where is she going to go?" "What do you mean? Didn't she tell you her stepmother kicked her out of the house?" "How had she heard that? Had she come down the stairs to listen to them?" "Yes, but that's her problem, not ours." Goma gave a short, bitter laugh. "A fine, noble man you are." "I've asked her to come to the school," he admitted. "I'll give her some money." "You'll give her money? Is she a prostitute?" "What do you want me to do, Goma?" "I don't know what to do." They were silent. Then Goma said, "Ask her to come here." "Come here?" "Yes, here, to this miserable apartment." Ramchandra laughed. "Yes, you two can sleep in the bedroom." "I'll sleep with the children." Ramchandra leaned against the doorway. Goma was dead serious. "Is this your way of punishing me? Saying such things?" "I am not punishing you. You asked me to help you. How will this help me?" "Don't you see?" she said, shaking her head, as if he were a child who couldn't see the obvious. "You've found something in her you haven't found in me. You have to decide for yourself exactly what that is. And the only way to do so is by being honest, by living with her, as if you were husband and wife. What nonsense, Goma. This is not a Hindi film. She needs help right now, doesn't she? She can't walk the streets with that child on her hip. The city will swallow her up. She'll become a prostitute. Ramchandra groaned. And you need help of another kind. You need to find out what it is you crave. So this is the only way. Impossible, he said. Goma, you've lost your senses. Yes, indeed, she said. I'm the one who's lost my senses. What will the children think? He finally said. He thought of his daughter, and a moan escaped his mouth. I can't do it. What will Sanu think? I'll explain things to her. She's only 13 years old. How do you expect her to understand? You don't know your daughter. She'll hate me for the rest of her life. Goma, this is absurd. What you did with her, without my knowledge, is more absurd than this. No, no. So what will you tell her today at school? I don't know. She came closer to him. Listen to me. Her voice was firm. What you've done is irreparable. If you two want to be together, I'm not going to stand in your way. He leaned against her shoulder and cried. What kind of a woman are you? You're asking me to bring someone home, as if she were my second wife. That's unnatural. It's wrong. Says who? Society won't accept it? Why are you concerned about society now? People will condemn us. They'll laugh at you. I don't care who laughs at me. What about your parents? This is not their problem, therefore not theirs to solve. The room spun, and Ramchandra sat down on the floor. This is wrong, this is wrong. It's the only way. The only way we can reach the truth. The only way I'll be satisfied living with you from now on. Otherwise, our relationship will always be cold, as it has been these past weeks. Please don't do this to me, Goma. I'm doing nothing to you. I'm offering a solution to a problem that you caused. I'm offering a roof to a girl who has been left homeless. If you have a better solution, let me hear it. Ramchandra closed his eyes. I need a glass of water. She brought him one, and he gulped it down. She brought him another one, and he drank it, too. Go and bring her home. I'll get the rooms ready, Goma said, and went into the children's room. Ramchandra stood up and ran down the stairs. At school, he dreaded Malati's arrival. The students could tell he was distracted and became restive. Some even talked to each other while he outlined a math problem on the board. In his second period, when he was teaching the 10th grade and was writing on the board, something hit him hard on the back. He turned around, and on the floor was a dead rat. The students usually didn't play pranks on him as they did to the other teachers, and he'd always assumed, with a degree of smugness, that they respected him. Now he glared at the snickering students, and his eyes fell on one, in the middle of the classroom, a tall, lanky boy with long hair and a red bandana tied around his head. The school rules explicitly forbade extraneous clothing, such as a bandana or a hat, but some of the senior students ignored the rule. Bandana Miss also disliked long hair, and she'd had arguments with this particular student. "Okay, who did this?" Ramchandra said loudly. "Mukesh, get up." Mukesh lazily got to his feet. "You need something, sir. Come with me to Bandana Miss's office." "For what, sir?" The rest of the students were laughing. "Yes, he did it, sir. He's a naughty, naughty boy," someone called out. Mukesh looked around the classroom with a smile. "Evidence, my dear comrades. Where is the evidence?" "Okay, that's it. Don't blame me if you fail your SLC. You, come with me." He pointed to Mukesh, picked up the dead rat by its tail, which brought howls of laughter from his students, and left the classroom. Mukesh followed, his hands in his pockets. Ramchandra noticed a string tied around the rat's limp neck, holding a small note. It read, "The future of Panchayat." Ramchandra wanted to laugh at the practical joke, but this was a rat, and it had been thrown at him, a teacher. "You want to be expelled? Is that why you do these things?" Ramchandra said. Bandana Miss was on the phone, but once she saw the rat dangling from Ramchandra's hand, she ended her conversation. Ramchandra told her what had happened. "I didn't do it," Mukesh said. His eyes dared Ramchandra. "He threw it at me while I was writing on the board." "Did you see him throw it?" Bandana Miss asked. She didn't even glance at the note around the rat's neck. "I didn't, but I know he's the one." "Prove it," Mukesh said. Ramchandra, suddenly remembering that he was holding the rat, dropped it on the floor. "Ramchandraji," Bandana Miss said, "pick that up immediately, and both of you, leave my room. It's the first day of school. I have much work to finish." Bandana Miss. Bandana Miss smacked her forehead with her palm. "Ramchandraji, you didn't see him throw it, so there's nothing I can do. Now please leave. I have to prepare for a school board meeting." In the hallway, Mukesh said, "Sir, you targeted me for no reason. What's your problem? Are you a Panchayat lover?" Ramchandra contemptuously waved him away and walked down the hall, the rat dangling from his hand, much to the amusement of students passing by. "Is that your new love, sir?" someone said loudly. Ramchandra took the rat to the office boy, who was basking in the sun in the courtyard. "This is your problem now," he said. The rest of the period was relatively quiet, and Ramchandra once again thought of what he should tell Malati when she arrived. Occasionally he lifted his hand to his nose to see whether the rat smell still lingered. Melody was waiting in the staff room, her eyes puffy. Rachana was fidgeting in her lap. Two teachers, both women, were sitting in a corner, looking in their direction and whispering. He had about 20 minutes before the next class, so he signaled Melody to follow him to the small tea shop in the alley outside the school. He rarely went there, because the shop buzzed with flies, but it was the only place he could talk to her in private. Two students were drinking tea inside the shop, and to his dismay Ramchandra saw that one was Mukesh, who snickered at him as he sat down on a bench with Melody. "You look tired," he told her. Rachana smiled up at him. "Any luck finding a place?" "I don't know anywhere to go," Melody said. She didn't touch the tea in front of her. Ramchandra ordered samosas for both of them. "You must be hungry." "I'm not hungry," she said in a small voice. Mukesh and his friend were listening intently. "Goma wants me to bring you home." Melody looked at him with disbelief. "What are you saying?" "She wants to offer you shelter, that's what I am saying." "After knowing all about..." Yes, you don't have to say it." He glanced at the students. "But how can I even show my face to her? This is absurd. Isn't she angry with me?" Ramchandra shook his head. The samosas arrived, and Ramchandra asked her to eat, but she didn't. "She's not angry with me." Ramchandra took a bite. The samosa was old, and dripping with oil. He set it back on the plate. "I don't know what she's feeling. She thinks it's the best solution." "The best solution," Melody muttered. The shock was visible on her face. After a moment, she said, "I can't do that." "How can I do that?" "What choice do you have?" She leaned her head against the wall and closed her eyes. He placed his hand on her forearm. "It's better than begging on the streets." "But after what I've done to Baju..." The school bell rang, and the two boys made their way past Ramchandra's table. "Having fun, sir?" Mukesh said as he walked by. Ramchandra had to get back for the next period, but this needed to be resolved. "The decision is yours. How much money do you have?" "I have only 200 rupees. That's not enough to rent even a room." "What am I going to do? What will happen to her?" She stroked Rachana's head. "So, we have no choice, then." She closed her eyes again. "Why don't you go to Jayzidaval now? Goma will be there." "What will I say to her?" "You don't need to say anything to her." This was her idea. "I'll wait for you. I can't face Baju by myself." "But I won't be done until 4 o'clock." "That's fine. I'll wait here." Ramchandra talked to the shopkeeper and gave him some money so that Melody could stay until he'd finished his classes. He kissed her on the forehead before he left the shop. He was already 15 minutes late. Bandana Miss accosted him in the hallway. "This is not good, Ramchandra sir. Sleeping in class, and now late for class. I had urgent business to attend to." "Everything is urgent, isn't it? Who was that girl?" "An acquaintance." "Ramchandra sir, I been hearing some things." "Of all people, I would expect you." "I am already late for my class." "Why are you delaying me?" "What is your relationship with her?" "She's a friend's daughter." "Let's hope that's true." "You are a teacher." "I asked you to talk to Shailendra because I thought you were a good man." "Bandana Miss, please. Keep your lecturing to yourself." He brushed past her and walked to his classroom. By 4 o'clock it was raining. Holding a newspaper above his head, Ramchandra ran to the tea shop, where he found Malati crouched in a corner, her eyes closed and Rachana in her lap, playing with her necklace. He woke her, and she scrambled to her feet, startled. He calmed her down, led her outside. The rain was coming down harder, and they stood in the doorway. "This isn't going to subside for a while," the shopkeeper said. "May as well have a cup of tea." They drank more tea and listened to the rain. Rachana started bawling, and Malati went to a corner and breastfed her. The rain eventually turned into a drizzle, and they decided to move on. Ramchandra held the newspaper above Malati's head as they walked through the puddles in the alleys toward Burr Hospital, where he thought they'd find a three-wheeler, although part of him hoped they wouldn't, so that he wouldn't have to spend more money. As was always the case in bad weather, all the taxis were taken. People scurried about, either finding shelter or braving the rain to finish their errands. "Should we wait and take a bus?" Ramchandra asked her, and she shrugged. "No, this isn't too bad. Let's walk." By the time they reached New Road, they were completely soaked. He looked at her. She was beautiful, with the rain glistening on her face. And she was young. He had to remind himself that she was indeed young, only 21. She clasped his hand and asked, "Do you love me?" For a moment he thought she was crazy to ask that question at this moment, but she was watching him, waiting for an answer, and when he said, "Yes," her eyes filled with a look that told him she knew exactly what she was doing. In Jayzitaval, as they climbed the stairs, Malati slowed down. "Come on," he urged her. They could hear the children's voices as they reached the landing. Goma appeared at the door, the children behind her. "You could have taken a taxi," Goma said to Ramchandra. "That baby will catch a cold." She went into the children's room and came back with a towel, which she wrapped around the baby, whom she lifted from Malati's arms. "You could have simply waited for the rain to die down," she told Ramchandra. He had nothing to say. This was a crazy dream from which he'd wake up at any moment. Malati kept looking at the floor. No one seemed to know what was to happen next. Then Goma took the baby, who had fallen asleep, into the children's room. When she came out, she said, "Why don't you two go inside the bedroom, and I'll bring you some food." Suddenly, Melody knelt at Goma's feet. "Baju, please forgive me." Goma bent down and lifted her up. "What's the matter with you? There's no time for this nonsense. You have to put on some dry clothes." She asked Ramchandra where Melody's belongings were. He shrugged. "They're still on the porch at the house," Melody said. "I'll have my parents' servant bring them here after you two have eaten." There was energy in her voice, as if the sight of Melody had transformed her. There was a new personality on her face, and Ramchandra could hardly believe that this was the wife he'd lived with all these years. "Will you forgive me, Baju?" Melody asked. "I don't have that power. You'll have to forgive yourself." Rakesh, who had been listening intently, asked, "Forgive for what? What mischief did she do?" "That's none of your concern, wise boy," Goma said. Sanu said nothing, and Goma asked both of the children to go into the room and look after the baby. They were to call her when Rachana woke up. Then she brought a dota to Melody. "You can wear this until your clothes arrive this evening. Come, don't stand there in those wet clothes, both of you." And she shooed them into the bedroom and went to the kitchen. "What's happening, sir?" "I'll step outside for a moment." "Why don't you change?" Her face still bore the look of bewilderment. She appeared in a few minutes, wearing Goma's dhoti, and said, "I'll go help Baju." In the bedroom, Ramchandra changed into dry clothes and sat down on the bed. Goma had removed all the photographs from the walls. He got up and checked the closet. Her clothes were gone. He checked under the pillow, where she kept the necklace she'd been given by his family at their wedding for good luck. It was no longer there. Outside, a bicyclist rang his bell, and the sound rumbled in Ramchandra's head. He ran his hand over the clean bedsheet. This is where Goma wanted him to sleep with Melody. He held his head in his hands. Goma called him, and reluctantly he went to the kitchen, where Melody was scooping rice from the pot onto the plates. She didn't look up when he entered. Goma called the children, but only Rakesh came. "Where's Sanu?" "She's doing her homework." "Well, it's time to eat." "She says she's not hungry." "I'll go fetch her," Ramchandra said and went to get his daughter. Sanu was on the floor in her room, her books spread out before her. The baby was sleeping close by. "Sanu," Ramchandra said, "why don't you come?" "I'm not hungry." "You'll be taking your exams soon. If you don't eat, you'll not do well." She didn't respond, and he asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing." "Then why is your face like?" He searched for a funny simile, a piglet's swishing tail. "Why is that woman here? She needs a place to stay. This is a big city. Why couldn't she go somewhere else?" Ramchandra braced himself. "Daughter, you shouldn't hold anything against her. The fault is mine, not hers. I'm not blaming anyone. If there's anyone to blame, it's me. And why is that? I'm just a stupid girl. He knelt beside her. No, your father is stupid. You know everything, don't you? I don't want to look at your face. You don't have to. Just come and eat. Eventually, you'll forgive me. I'll never forgive you. I'll never forgive Mother for allowing her to come into this house. Your mother has a kind heart. He touched her shoulder, but she jerked away. Okay, I'll bring the food to you, he said. I won't eat anything you touch. I want to go back to Pandy Palace. This is your home, Sanu. What kind of a home is this? She said. She's not my sister, she's not my mother, she's not my cousin. So why is she here? Now she turned to face him, and anger burned in her eyes. And you're not my father. Why don't you two go live someplace else? Ramchandra shrank back from his daughter's anger. Please, Sanu, please find it in your heart to forgive your father. Never. In the kitchen, they talked about mundane things. Actually, it was Goma who talked, Ramchandra and Malati mostly listened. Goma had taken Sanu's dinner to her room, though Ramchandra was sure she'd leave it untouched. In the middle of the dinner, Rachana began to cry, and Malati went to her. I am not sleeping with her in this house, Ramchandra said. And why not? With the children? Are you crazy? Have you lost your mind, Goma? It's funny that you're the one asking me that question. This is insane. It's an insane world. It's better this way. Goma, please don't do this. Rakesh turned his head back and forth like a pendulum, watching his parents. We've had this conversation before, Goma said. And I thought we agreed. Ramchandra could no longer eat. I'm going to be sick. You asked for help, and this is the only way I know to give it to you. Malati came back. Sanu hadn't eaten, she said softly, and hadn't responded when Malati talked to her. Why is she so upset? Rakesh asked. She'll be fine. After dinner, Malati helped Goma with the dishes while Ramchandra looked after Rachana. Both children had gone to bed. When Malati discovered that she was to sleep with Ramchandra in the bedroom, she was shocked. Baju, what are you doing? She cried. I'll sleep with the children, Goma said. I can't do this. Why are you punishing me? This is not a punishment. I am allowing you two to be together. Please don't do this to me. Goma led her to the bedroom. What I am doing is right. Please trust me. Malati kept trying to dissuade her, but Goma didn't budge. Once they were inside the bedroom, with Rachana sleeping on a mat in a corner, she shut the door behind her. Ramchandra and Malati looked at each other. I can't sleep with you here, sir, Malati said. I simply can't. Not with Baja next door. I won't be able to sleep. Ramchandra checked the closet and found a bed sheet, which he spread on the floor. Why don't you sleep here with Rachana? But there's only one blanket. I won't need one. Of course you will. It's cold. Ramchandra ignored her, handed her the blanket, then lay down on the bed. For a long time he couldn't sleep, wondering what was going to happen to him and Goma. Malati also tossed and turned. He woke to the sound of the baby crying, and Malati got up to breastfeed her. In the dark, he shivered, and watched the outline of the mother and the baby. Is she eating? He whispered. Malati said yes. Once Rachana went back to sleep, he heard Malati say, I can't sleep. Neither can I. But we will, eventually. Malati said, Sir, I can see that you are shivering. Why don't you come down? It took him only a moment to make the decision. Her warm body felt good, and soon his hands were roaming over her chest. Not now, not tonight, she said, but feebly, and suddenly they were kissing and he was fumbling with the strings of her petticoat, and he thought, this is crazy, and he thought he heard Goma laughing in the next room. 8. Over the next few weeks, the apartment took on an air of ordinariness that stunned Ramchandra. Goma acted as if nothing were amiss, as if Malati were her younger sister. Rakesh began referring to Malati as Maludidi, and displayed great fondness for Rachana. My little sister, he cooed to the baby, who smiled at him, her minuscule index finger reaching out to touch his nose. He kissed the baby often and shared his toys with her, something he'd never done with Sanu. Part of this affection, Ramchandra gathered, grew from the boy's pleasure at no longer being the youngest in the household. Sanu, however, remained unhappy. She barely spoke to her father, and with Goma she remained sullen. She never met Malati's eyes. As for the baby, Sanu ignored her in company, but Ramchandra spotted her patting Rachana and whispering to her when she thought no one was looking. It was Goma, however, who most perplexed Ramchandra. Much of the sadness had disappeared from her face. She'd begun to laugh, and he heard no hint of muted pain in the laughter. In unexpected moments, alone in the kitchen or on the landing, she smiled as if to assure him that everything was proceeding according to plan, and he was bewildered. Once, he caught her in the kitchen by herself and asked, "And so?" But he was unable to articulate his thoughts. She pretended that he was speaking about lunch, and, looking straight at him, said the meal would be ready in a few minutes. When she was not in the kitchen, she spent time in the children's room. One morning he discovered her there reading the Mahabharata, an old edition he'd received as a wedding gift from an uncle. It had been in a corner collecting dust. Goma was sitting on the floor, the book in front of her, her lips shaping the words on the page. When she sensed him standing in the doorway, she looked up and asked, "You never read this, Did you? He thought he detected a hint of sarcasm in her voice, as if, had he read the Mahabharata and heeded Lord Krishna's advice to Arjun about what was important in life, their lives wouldn't have turned out this way. The hope grew in Ramchandra that one morning something would click inside Goma and she'd walk into the bedroom, where Ramchandra and Malati would be entangled in each other's arms, and tell them that she had changed her mind, that Malati could no longer live there. Every morning Ramchandra hoped this would happen. He even pictured Goma trying to separate the two of them with her hands, or dragging Malati by her hair down the staircase and slamming the door in her face. Winter intensified in Kathmandu. In the morning it was so cold that Ramchandra didn't feel like leaving his surak and Malati's warm body next to him. But the exams were only a few weeks away, so they forced themselves to rise and, warming their hands by making fists and blowing into them, sat on the floor for their session. Goma would bring them tea, then shut the door quietly. Rakesh was instructed not to make any noise. By the time Ashik arrived, both Malati and Ramchandra were tired. Ashik, who'd been surprised to see Malati living in the house, was now distracted by the coming exams, and he no longer cracked jokes about Malati. "My father has become a dictator," he said to Ramchandra. "Hitler, sir, he's a real Hitler. He's threatened to disown me if I don't pass." At school, Ramchandra encountered whispers, glances, and subdued laughter. Bandana Miss was tight-lipped in front of him, and the other teachers maintained a politeness he knew was unnatural. No one asked him what was happening at home. During tea break one afternoon in the staff room, someone mentioned a former colleague who'd taken in a second wife because his first wife couldn't bear children. Everyone glanced at Ramchandra. "It happens with much more frequency than we think," Bandana Miss said. "Lack of children is one thing, but people do it for all kinds of reasons. The old thinking still persists." One teacher joked that Bandana Miss was speaking from personal experience. Everyone knew Bandana Miss's husband had left her soon after their son was born, although no one was certain it was for another woman. Bandana Miss glared at that teacher, who smiled apologetically. "Ramchandraji, do you know anyone who's ushered in a second wife?" That was Shailendra. A smile hovered on his lips. A few weeks ago Namita's parents had taken her out of school without much fanfare. She'd simply stopped coming. Shailendra had been unhappy since then, and he probably saw this as payback. "No, I don't know anyone," Ramchandra said. "No one in your neighborhood?" "It's an old neighborhood, Jayzidaval. Many people with old type thinking there." "Which world are you living in, Shailendra sir?" Ramchandra said. "Perhaps your neighborhood is old. No young flesh you yourself have brought." Ramchandra was about to say something sharp when Bandana Miss interrupted. "We need to discuss whether we'll have debating teams next year. The school is closing again in a week for winter, so let's decide this right now." Ramchandra swallowed his anger and shame and feigned interest in the debating teams and the other extracurricular activities Bandana Miss was considering. One morning, after spending 2 hours going over several math problems with Malati, Ramchandra went to take his bath downstairs and ran into Mr. Sharma. So far, Ramchandra had orchestrated his bath time so that he'd enter the courtyard just as Mr. Sharma was leaving. But today Mr. Sharma was late. "How are you, Ramchandraji?" Mr. Sharma said, a bit too jovially. Ramchandra said he was fine, that he had too much going on at school. "Of course," Mr. Sharma said. "And things are busy at home too, I see." Ramchandra knelt and poured the water over his body. Mr. Sharma, who was soaping himself, said, "It's the same girl, isn't it? Very attractive. I've seen her in the morning sometimes. Have felt like talking to her." Malati was the first one to use the tap in the morning. She always wriggled out of Ramchandra's arms before the sun rose. Ramchandra recalled Sanu's complaint about Mr. Sharma, but he held back his angry words. Hands all over his body, Mr. Sharma was soaping himself. "Lovely, lovely," he said, giving the impression that he was complimenting his own physique. The silence extended, then Mr. Sharma blurted out, "So, you've taken her in, have you?" "A guest," Ramchandra said. "She'll move out soon." Although he hadn't washed all the soap off his body, he reached for the towel. "Where does she sleep? Is there enough room up there?" "Enough room for everyone. This is a big universe, Mr. Sharma, you know that. It's your God, after all, who provides." Oblivious of the barb, Mr. Sharma said, "So, you no longer complain of the apartment, eh? That's good. We all must learn to be satisfied with our lives. Where is her husband?" "I don't know." Ramchandra finished rubbing his body with the towel. "Do you mind if I ask you a question?" "Depends on the nature of the question, Mr. Sharma. A wise man like you would never ask an objectionable question." Mr. Sharma laughed sheepishly. "You are a wiser man than I am. I was just wondering, you know. I have that room that's not being used. If your apartment is congested, I could easily take in. This kind of talk doesn't suit you, Mr. Sharma. You're too old. Besides, she wouldn't want to live with a stranger. I am only offering out of the kindness of my heart." "I know," Ramchandra said. "Stop staring at my daughter," he wanted to say, "or I'll hurt you." Talk of the strange arrangement in Ramchandra's apartment spread across the city with the urgency of 1,000 bees. Neither the Pandis nor Nalini and Harish came over, and Ramchandra wondered what crazy thoughts were buzzing through their heads. Goma hardly mentioned them these days. When Ramchandra ran into relatives in the streets, they appeared to have forgotten how to make natural conversation. Some tried to pry things out of him by asking pointed questions about the size of his apartment. One day the shopkeeper with the phone shouted Goma's name from the courtyard, saying that her mother was on the line. Goma left, and came back in a short while. Judging from the expression on her face, Ramchandra knew they had argued. When he asked her what had happened, Goma said, not meeting his eyes, she wanted to know why I was destroying my house. She wanted to know why I was destroying the family name. The next morning, before anyone was out of bed, a loud rap sounded downstairs, and Malati shot up in bed, saying it must be Malika Didi. Who else would be here this early? So it was she who went down to open the door, in her petticoat, and soon Mrs. Pandey was on the landing, her eyes exploring the apartment. Malati was cowering in a corner, a terrified look on her face. Where's Goma? Mrs. Pandey asked in an imperious tone. Goma came out of the children's room. Ramchandra wondered whether he should join her, but he decided to stay in bed and let Goma handle her mother. What's going on here? Mrs. Pandey said. Who is this girl? She asked, jabbing a finger near Malati's face, though she surely knew perfectly well who she was. This is Malati, mother. Malati did a namaste, and Mrs. Pandey narrowed her eyes. Mother, why don't you go in there? Goma pointed to the children's room. I'll make some tea. I didn't come here to drink your tea. She looked at Ramchandra through the door. Do you know what people are saying? All over the city? Where is she sleeping? She pointed contemptuously toward Malati. What are people saying, mother? Rakesh appeared, looking bewildered, sleep marking his face. He opened his mouth to say something to his grandmother, then swallowed some air. With young children at home, you commit such an outrage, Mrs. Pandey said. Her lips were quivering. Mother, why are you so angry? I am doing what is necessary for my life. This is necessary? You bring your husband's Randy, his whore, into your house, and that's necessary. Malati gasped. Rakesh seemed to be mouthing the word whore as if it were a piece of chocolate. Goma signaled to Malati and Rakesh to go inside. In her confusion, Malati went into the bedroom and shut the door. She and Ramchandra heard Mrs. Pandey fume about Malati's going there. Goma must have taken her mother to the kitchen and shut the door, because the voices became faint. Malati leaned against the wall and closed her eyes. Ramchandra went over and put his arm around her shoulder. She shifted away. A whore. She's a lunatic, Ramchandra said. Her words mean nothing. But she's right. I am a whore. I have broken up your family. Goma doesn't think so, and she's the one who counts. Mrs. Pandey's voice grew louder. There was a bang. Pots clattered to the floor. Ramchandra rushed into the kitchen. Mrs. Pandey was on the floor, holding her head, crying. Goma, her lips pursed, was standing near her. Two pots lay next to her mother, and it wasn't clear who had thrown them. Mrs. Pandey saw Ramchandra. "You've turned my daughter into a madwoman," she said. "All these years of suffering, and now she's gone insane. What woman in her right mind would invite her husband's mistress into her house?" Ramchandra helped her up. "Stop using that word," he said. "What should I call her?" She continued to rant. Goma calmly made tea, and Mrs. Pandey drank it while protesting that she hadn't come to drink tea. Before she left, she said to her daughter, in a sobbing voice, "The whole world knows, Goma. I can't show my face anywhere. Please do something." Goma said, "We'll see you again, mother," and escorted her downstairs. They were in the kitchen. Malati was cutting mustard greens, the children were playing in the courtyard, and the baby was sleeping. "I was thinking of visiting the Dakshinkali goddess," Goma said. This was the right time to visit the temple, she said, to ask the goddess to bless Malati on her exams, now only a few days away. Ramchandra didn't believe that she wanted to offer a sacrifice only for Malati. Ever since her mother's visit, she had acted as if she were struggling with herself, as if she'd absorbed her mother's feelings and now doubted that Malati should be living with them. Ramchandra said, "But we'd have to sacrifice something to the goddess, and where will the money come from?" The household expenses had nearly doubled, something Goma had neglected to consider when she proposed that Malati move in with them. Ramchandra had already transferred 5,000 rupees from their savings to their checking account. And once the SLC was over, Ashok would stop coming. Until the time of next year's exams, there would be no duties. The financial situation had become nearly hopeless. "I'll take care of it," Goma said. "Besides, we didn't slaughter a goat or a hen for Dasain. Baju, there's no need to go to the goddess," Malati said. "I think I'll pass. Still, a blessing from the goddess would ensure success. She is powerful. Maybe we can go there but not sacrifice anything," Ramchandra said. Goma said that it was impossible to go empty-handed to the goddess. "It's useless," she repeated. "The goddess will listen only if there's a sacrifice." A short time later, when Malati went to check on the baby, Ramchandra whispered angrily to Goma, "And how are we going to pay for it? Does money grow on trees?" Goma shrugged. "The girl needs to pass. Of course I have money. My parents are rich. Did you forget? Did you borrow money from them?" Goma shook her head and sat down to dice potatoes. "Father opened a bank account for me when you and I got married. I've never taken anything from it." Ramchandra stared at her. How come I never knew about this? How could she hide such a thing, when all this time he'd been battling headaches about money? He wondered how much she had, but thought it better not to ask. "I wanted it to be used only in case of an emergency or for the children. Had I told you before, you'd have asked me to spend it on a plot for the house." "A house? Forget about the house, forget about land. "This," he said, sweeping the air with his hands, "is our glorious destiny. I never asked for a house. It was you. It was your parents. Let's not get into that now. Besides, they're not thinking about that right now, are they? What else do I not know about you, Goma? Tell me." "You know everything," she said. Her face was sad. On Saturday they got up before daybreak to prepare for the trip to Dakshin Kali. Goma had bought a baby goat, which stood at the head of the stairs, bleeding, in a pile of pebble-like droppings around its feet. Ramchandra had assumed that Goma would bring home a chicken and was surprised to see the black goat, which he figured must have cost at least 300 rupees. And then there was the matter of transportation to the temple. Ramchandra thought that, despite the recent tension, Goma would borrow a car from the Pandys or from Harish and Nalini. Rakesh was excited at the thought of riding in his aunt's car, a Pajero, an excitement Goma had doused instantly. "How about grandfather's car then?" he'd asked, somewhat disappointed but still with hope, because he liked the Pandy's driver. Goma said they were not going to borrow anyone's car, that she'd already arranged for a taxi to take them there and bring them back. Another 400 rupees, Ramchandra calculated. Sure enough, under the dim light of the street lamp, the taxi was waiting for them, a middle-aged man at the wheel. He leaped out of his vehicle as soon as he saw them and helped them load the baby goat into the trunk, making sure he left a small opening so that it could breathe. Ramchandra worried about the goats hurtling out during the winding trip to the goddess, but the driver assured him that goats were timid animals, too scared to do such a thing. Back to Upadhyay, Goma called to the driver, and explained to the others that in his younger days he had worked at Pandy Palace. Bhakta drove with admirable skill through the narrow streets of Kathmandu, toward Kalamaitai, honking at the slower cars, swerving past pedestrians and bicyclists, plunging fearlessly into the morning fog. Houses dotted the sides of the street, and bones of new houses under construction were visible everywhere. It had been quite a while since Ramchandra had been in this part of the city, and he was amazed at how quickly the population had soared. Once they left Kalamaitai, however, the traffic thinned out, and the air became clearer. Goma, Sanu, and Malati sat in the back, Rachana on her mother's lap, Rakesh sat on his father's lap in the front. An air of festivity filled the taxi, and, despite his earlier doubts, Ramchandra began to anticipate, with pleasure, the act of paying homage to the goddess. The last time they'd gone to Dakshin Kali was years ago, probably right after Rakesh was born, when the baby's chest troubles had bothered Goma so much that she'd suggested going to the goddess. Rakesh's chest congestion hadn't gone away completely, but it had subsided almost immediately after the visit, and Ramchandra had begun to believe that Dakshin Kali was indeed powerful, and that if she were pleased, she would cast her benevolence on her devotees. Ramchandra noticed that the driver kept checking the rear-view mirror, even when no traffic was behind them, and after a while he realized that Bhakta was observing Malati. This irritated Ramchandra, and he wanted to tell the man to keep his eyes on the road. But Malati did look attractive in her red salwar kameez, and the driver was closer to her age than Ramchandra was. He felt painfully inadequate. Malati, who held Rachana in her lap, appeared contented. Last night he'd asked her, after their lovemaking, "Are you happy?" and she'd said, "Baju has become a goddess for me." She'd said nothing about him, and he felt that he was being taken for granted. Then, as if to make up for what she had not said, she'd clasped his hand in the darkness and asked, "Do you think we're going to live like this forever?" "How would I know? What about you? Are you happy?" He laughed softly. "No, I am not happy." "You're not happy to be with me?" He didn't know the answer to that. Goma was drifting away from him, and Sanu still didn't speak to him properly. The intensity of passion he'd felt for Malati before she came to the house had subsided, surely, but he couldn't conjecture how he'd feel if she weren't around. Only that his body would miss her. "I still love you," he said. "But you're not happy I'm here." He acknowledged that was so. "How do you expect me to be? It was better when you were living in your house, and we were seeing each other that way." In the morning, as they got dressed for the trip, she was silent, and she brightened only when she saw Goma. The temple of Dakshinkali, goddess of the south, sat in a bowl surrounded by hills, and they had to descend a long stretch of stairs to reach the shrine. They waited in a line of devotees, the baby goat in tow. At the temple entrance they took off their shoes. The floor of the small courtyard with the shrine was sticky with blood. A priest, his shirt drenched with blood, was cutting the throats of chickens and goats. Their bare feet were icy on the cold floor, and they had to jostle other devotees to reach the statue, where Goma performed some puja and signaled Malati to pray to the goddess. Malati knelt down, and Goma beckoned to Ramchandra to kneel beside her, as if she were marrying them. His shoulder touched Malati's as they sat on their haunches, touching the goddess's feet. When Ramchandra looked up at the goddess, he became briefly disoriented. What he saw there was Goma's face, smiling. The vision unnerved him, and he quickly rose to his feet. The priest sprinkled red powder on the goat's forehead and sliced its throat with his knife. The goat screamed. Sanu covered her eyes. The priest kept the severed head, along with the 40 rupees that Goma handed him, and they all left the temple, Ramchandra dragging the animal's body. His legs were shaky, and the sun bore down on him. Nearby, some men were boiling water in an enormous black vat and skinning the headless goats. Ramchandra handed his to the butchers and waited. "Where are we going to have our picnic?" Rakesh asked. "We'll have to find a place," Goma said. "Maybe your father can find one for us." Ramchandra had sat down on the front steps of a shop. "I'm not feeling well." Malati came over and placed her hand on his forehead. "You're burning." She sat down next to him. "Do you want to drink some water?" He shook his head. He expected Goma to come over too, to place her hand on his forehead, to ask if there was anything she could do. But she didn't move. There was a puzzled expression on her face, as if she didn't know where she was. She said to him, "Just rest for a while. I think it's the crowd." Quickly, she turned to the butchers. Malati took his hand, and Ramchandra looked up to see Sanu holding Rachana, wiping dirt from her nose, and a voice in his mind asked his daughter, "What? Are you becoming used to this too?" He clasped Malati's hand. His head hurt, and his eyes felt like embers. "I think I should lie down," he said, and stretched out on the steps with his head in her lap. She ran her hand through his hair and told him to close his eyes, everything would be fine. In his mind he pictured Goma, first as a bride, her face merely an outline under the bridal veil, her lips quivering under his gaze. Then as an angry goddess, like Kali, squashing heads under her feet. That image intensified, and he cried out, and somewhere in the cavern of his mind he heard Malati calling Goma, and then he plummeted into a darkness that was strangely comforting. He woke up to Malati's face. "What happened?" he murmured. A cold cloth was on his forehead. "You passed out," she said. "And then you woke up and began babbling." She smiled. "But everything is fine now. You have a slight fever, and the taxi driver helped to carry you up." Ramchandra looked around. Trees surrounded him, and he was lying on the grass. There were sounds in the distance, people talking, goats bleating, the clang of temple bells. Nearby, Rachana chewed on a frayed doll. Bhakta and Goma worked at a stove, while Sanu chopped onions. Rakesh was throwing pebbles up at some branches. "Ba is awake," Sanu called to her mother, and Goma came over. "You're getting old," she said to him plainly. "Shall I get you something to drink? I can make some lemon water." He shook his head. "I'm fine now. Let me know if you feel that way again," and as she walked toward Bhakta, she said, "Now, you two relax, enjoy the day." Malati said, "Baju is incredible, isn't she?" "Yes, she is." It was clear that the seeming normality of their lives had affected Malati. She didn't recognize the oddness in what Goma had just said. It was Goma who was Ramchandra's wife, not Malati. Goma was his children's mother, not Malati. But Ramchandra looked at the beautiful face in front of him, the finely shaped nose with a small glittering nose ring, the soft, silky hair. Deep affection welled up in him. He reached out and smoothed a strand of hair on her forehead, and she said softly, "The children are here. Later, maybe we can go for a walk." Perhaps the natural surroundings had brought out the romantic in her. Had she been to places like this with Rachana's father? He fell asleep and, when he woke, felt better. The food was ready. Goma and Bhakta had prepared rice pulao, goat curry, cauliflower, and an achar of grated cucumber. They sat on a mat and ate. Ramchandra was swept by an immense hunger, and he started devouring the food with quick movements of his hands. The others laughed. He continued eating even when everyone was finished, and he asked for more. But Goma said, "Don't eat too much, you'll be sick." They sat down to play cards, but Ramchandra excused himself, saying he was sleepy again. "Why don't we go for a walk?" Malati suggested. "That way your mind will clear." Goma agreed, and even though Ramchandra didn't want his children to see him walking off into the woods with Malati, he didn't have the strength to resist. He and Malati headed toward the clearing that led to the dense forest. Once they were out of the view of the others, Malati took his hand, and said, "I feel very good today, very optimistic. I know I will pass the exam. More than the goddess, Bhaja's blessing will carry me through." But you don't know what Goma is feeling, he thought. He put his arm around her shoulders, and they walked up the incline, listening to the occasional howl of a jungle cat, the rustling of the leaves. They walked until they could see, from between the trees, the spot where the others were sitting. Rakesh's laughter shot up in the air. Malati shouted at them, "Hey, we are here," and waited for the others to look up from the card game. But they didn't. They trudged farther up, and Ramchandra's legs became pleasantly numb. His hand, entangled with Malati's, was sweating, but he was reluctant to let go. Occasionally, he had to help her up a steep step, and once, she tumbled into him, and her breasts brushed against his arm. He looked at this girl, at the happiness in her face, and he knew that she would not be able to live apart from them. This knowledge was like a blow, and he felt like crying, but the presence of her body so close to his, and their being alone in these pristine surroundings, free to do with each other what they wanted, also aroused in him a sensation of soaring, of power. In Jayzidaval, people had congregated in small groups in front of shops and newspaper vendors. As the others walked up to the apartment, Ramchandra ambled over to the tea shop, where a few people, holding the day's newspapers, were speaking in excited voices. Ramchandra read, over the shoulder of one man, the big news of the day. The leaders of the different political parties had finally reached an agreement, after 3 days of discussion at the residence of old Nepali Congress leader Ganesh Man Singh, and had released a statement. It specified the day, February 18, the very day 4 decades earlier when the Ranas had been ousted from their autocratic throne, now celebrated as Democracy Day, as the day when the parties would start a rebellion against the Panchayat system and would reinstate the multi-party system. That these people had specified the date showed how serious they were. "This is amazing," someone said. "The government did nothing while these leaders gathered in Ganesh Man's house. Is the government scared?" "The government scared," said another. "It's just waiting for the right moment. It's like a cat playing with a mouse. Wait and see." "What do you think will happen?" Ramchandra asked the man whose newspaper he had been reading. How do I know? The man said testily. Am I God? All I'm worried about is that the schools are going to close, and my son will lose another year. These bastards. Such a momentous thing happening in our country, another man said, and you're worried about your son? What about the rest of the Janata who are suffering? The two of them started arguing, their voices lashing out at each other, and the cold evening air became charged. Ramchandra walked into the house, wondering whether the country was indeed plunging into a revolution, or whether it would whimper and die down when faced with the government's wrath. What did Mr. Pandey make of this latest development? He must be fuming, Ramchandra thought with some relish. 9. The first morning of the SLC exams, which ran for 10 days this year, was so cold that Ramchandra walked around the house wrapped in a bulky surak. Goma put some tika on Maladi's forehead and prayed to the small statue of Lord Ganesh in the kitchen. No need to worry, she told Maladi. You've worked hard for this, and you'll succeed. Besides, the first exam was on Nepali, in which Maladi excelled. Before they left, Maladi touched Ramchandra's feet and said, I need my guru's blessings. Ramchandra helped her up, kissed her on the forehead. Maladi had said that she would go alone to the testing site in Patan, but Goma wouldn't hear of it. At least on the first day, she should be accompanied. Goma looked questioningly at Ramchandra, who agreed to take her. They caught a crowded bus in Ratna Park, and it lurched toward its destination. The bus was filled with other SLC candidates, all nervously talking about the exams. Maladi, too, talked to some of them, and Ramchandra recalled his own SLC days, when he'd stay up late at night, studying by candlelight because they couldn't afford to use the electricity too long. Sometimes his mother would get up and coax him to go to sleep, or she'd make him some tea. The nervous excitement of the exams, he and his friends testing one another's knowledge before the exam, then quizzing each other afterward to see which answers were correct. Ramchandra recalled it vividly. They got off in Pulkovk and walked toward a high school near a dirty pond. Maladi chatted with her newfound friends while they walked, and when they reached the gate, she turned to Ramchandra and smiled. You can go now. You have to go to school. He put his hand on her head to bless her and walked away. This is it, he thought. All these months of work, and in 10 days, it will be over. He felt as if he were already losing her. When she came home later that morning, Maladi said, with a laugh, it was so easy. He congratulated her, and then reminded her that for her math exam, to be given in 3 days, they needed to go over some of the main points. This was especially necessary in algebra, where she was most weak. It might confuse me more, she responded. I think I'm fine now. Although he wanted to tell her that he didn't share her confidence, he was afraid to rattle her, so he kept quiet. That evening, as they were eating dinner, they heard quiet footsteps on the stairs. Panic covered Maladi's face, and Goma quickly got to her feet and went to the door. "It's only Nalini," she called. Goma invited her sister to dinner, but she declined, saying she'd already eaten. She glanced at Malati and said to Goma, "No phone call, no visit. Have you forgotten about us completely?" "Well, after Mother's visit, I didn't know what to think." "I don't know what's happening, Goma Didi. What's going on in this house?" "Whatever is happening, it's better for everyone. It's hard to live with all the rumors. People are mocking us." Goma took Nalini to the children's room while the others ate. Malati finished her dinner and helped Rakesh wash his hands and mouth. When she began to do the dishes, Sanu helped her. "Don't you need to study for tomorrow's exam?" Ramchandra asked Malati. He told her to let Sanu finish the dishes, but she continued, saying she'd be done soon. Goma and Nalini appeared, and Nalini quietly left the house. "What did you say to her?" Ramchandra asked. "She was upset, but I explained everything." Ramchandra didn't ask her what everything was. That night, while Malati studied for her second exam, which was on English, Ramchandra listened to the BBC on the radio. The news was mostly about the threat of the uprising. It was said that those in power were preparing to crack down on any sign of rebellion. Occasionally Malati would ask him a question: was this a proper grammatical construction? Was this the correct interpretation of the passage? And he would try to answer as best he could. He'd seen her writing in English, and knew she'd pass that exam. All this while, he could hear the faint murmur of Goma's voice. She must have been talking to Sanu, for Rakesh had gone to sleep right after dinner. Her voice was a steady hum, rising or lowering in intonation. A question? An answer? He could imagine the attentive expression on Sanu's face, the faint knot that formed between her eyebrows as she processed what the world presented to her. She was no fool. She knew how to think for herself. Even as a baby, she had been quick, her sharp black eyes judging and comprehending her world instantly, much to the amazement of those around her, especially the Pandis, who had once commented that baby girls usually weren't as smart as baby boys. Ramchandra recalled the day she was born, the anxiety he'd felt, waiting for the nurse to come from the delivery room at the Prasuti Griha, heightened by the maddening chatter of Mrs. Pandey, who was sitting beside him on the rickety bench. He'd felt like shouting at her, but after the nurse summoned him into the room where Goma lay, and handed him little Sanu, he'd looked into those piercing eyes, and his entire body was filled with feathery lightness. He'd cooed to his new daughter, held her for a long time, comparing her features to Goma's and coming to the conclusion that she resembled him more than she did her mother, especially with that pointed nose. These memories made Ramchandra want to see Sanu right now, and, telling Malati that he'd be back soon, he left the bedroom, shut the door, and knocked lightly on the children's door. The murmuring stopped. "Come in," Goma said. Ramchandra opened the door and stood there. "Why aren't you sleeping?" he whispered. We're talking about old times. He entered and sat on the floor with them. What old times? When Sanu was younger. How you two used to romp around the room, how you'd make faces at her and she'd start laughing aloud. I too was thinking about the past. That's why I came here. Sanu was watching him intently, but when their eyes met, she looked away, as if embarrassed. After a while she said, "Ba, do you remember when you brought me my first painting kit?" Ramchandra remembered. He'd been impressed by the little drawings Sanu made when she was in second grade, the confident lines, the attention to detail. Once, she'd drawn a postman, with a large head, and a bag that had post office written on it. He'd taken it to the school where he was teaching and shown it proudly to his colleagues. And that afternoon, he'd gone to the market and bought an expensive painting kit, made in Hong Kong. "It's the best in the market," the shopkeeper said. "All the foreigners buy it for their children." Goma had scolded him for spending so much money, nearly 30 rupees, for what she'd called a luxury, and he'd said, "My daughter is an artist. Don't stand in her way." "Where is it now?" Ramchandra asked. "It's still here," Goma said, "in that cupboard. You were such a good painter." "I never showed one painting I made, though," Sanu said. "Why didn't you?" "I didn't think it was good." "Impossible." "I don't believe it." She'd stopped painting when she went on to fourth grade, and he'd been disappointed. He'd encouraged her to continue, but she'd concentrated on reading, and since that too was an intellectual endeavor, as he'd told Goma, he'd been pleased. "Do you want to see it?" Sanu asked. "You saved it?" "Somehow, it was the only painting I saved." She got up, rummaged in the cupboard, and pulled out a large sheet of paper, the corners curling, and handed it to Ramchandra. The drawing was of a large mansion, and the caption, at the bottom, read Pandi Palace. The two people standing above the house were labeled grandfather and grandmother. Their faces were clearly unhappy, drooping curves were drawn as their lips. Above grandfather's head she'd written, "The Guru of Money." Alongside the mansion was a smaller house, with broken windows. Sanu had neatly cut the windows in half, with jagged lines showing their panes, and a door that seemed to hang on the hinges. Underneath was written the Acharya hut. The four people above the hut, who reflected her own family, had smiling faces, and above Ramchandra's head was written, "The Guru of Love." Ramchandra laughed, and so did Goma. "This is very good," he said. "When did you draw this?" "When she was about 9, Goma said. "So you knew about this?" Goma nodded. "At first I was angry, but then I thought it was funny." Their talking had awakened Rakesh, who looked at them with sleepy eyes. "Why didn't you show it to me?" Ramchandra asked Sanu. "I don't know. It's fitting, don't you think?" Goma asked. "The Guru of Love." Ramchandra said nothing but reached out and hugged his daughter. Then, embarrassed, he said, "Okay, okay. Do you want to listen to that story I never finished?" Both children nodded. "Do you remember where we left off?" "On the day of the wedding, something surprising happened," Rakesh said. "At the very moment the merchant was about to put the garland around the girl's neck," said Ramchandra, taking care not to mention the girl's name, a loud voice was heard from the entrance of the tent. Everyone looked, and there was a young man on a horse, his back straight, dressed in very fine clothes. The man came into the tent with his horse and said, "This marriage cannot take place." People began to whisper, and the merchant said, "And who are you to stop it?" "I am her father," the man said, pointing toward the girl. Everyone gasped. The merchant signaled to his cronies to take the man away, but when they stepped up, the man got off his horse and drew his sword, which was nearly as big as he was, and with such a shine on its blade that people had to shield their eyes. The cronies became afraid, and the man said, "Take everything and leave. If I see any of you again, I'll chop off your heads." The cronies ran away, and the merchant, mumbling obscenities, also took off. The girl looked at the man and said, "Father." The man laughed. "No, I was just trying to show some authority. I am a prince from far away. I have come to marry you." Sanu groaned. "That sounds unbelievable." "It's a story," Ramchandra said. "Stories are supposed to be unbelievable." "What happened next?" Rakesh asked. "What do you think happened?" "They married and lived happily ever after." "Of course they did. Even the mother was happy, because now she was the mother-in-law of a prince instead of a merchant." "Idiotic story," Sanu said, and they all laughed. Ramchandra wanted to stay in the room, in the glow of their laughing faces. But Malati was probably wondering why he was gone for so long. He got up and from the doorway asked, "It was a fun story, wasn't it?" The children nodded and became solemn, and he went next door. "What was all that about?" Malati asked. "Nothing. I wanted to talk to them." She left her books and joined him in bed. "I couldn't concentrate." "Why?" "I thought maybe you were talking about me." "We weren't talking about you." "So, what did you talk about?" "Nothing. Just this and that." "You don't want to tell me." She turned her face away. "It was nothing, really. Sanu showed me something she'd painted a long time ago. I thought I heard laughter. I told them a funny story." She sulked for a while, then said, "I wonder how Malika Didi is doing these days. Do you want to visit her? After what she did to me. She must at least miss Rachana." "I'm sure she does, but it serves her right." "Crazy woman." Then she said, "When the exams are over, can you and I go to the Manakamana temple?" The Manakamana temple was at least a 2-day trip, with a hike up steep hills that took hours. The temple was located between Kathmandu and Pokhara, and the goddess, as her name reflected, was considered powerful in granting people's wishes. "Maybe we can plan for all of us to go," he said. "But I want it to be just the two of us. The others might feel hurt." "I already talked to Baju. She said it would be easier if just the two of us went." Ramchandra knew that if the children heard about it, they'd certainly want to go. The last time they'd been there, about 3 years ago, Rakesh had thoroughly enjoyed the trip. He'd climbed up the hills tirelessly, coaxing others to climb faster. "We'll talk about this once the exams are over, okay? As it is, things in this country look dangerous right now. It seems you don't want to go with me alone." "It's not that. We have to consider everything. We'll definitely do something." It took him a while to appease her, which he did by touching her, first her face, then her bosom, then her belly, until she started to squirm and clasped him tightly. During dinner on the evening before the math exam, a boy who was a neighbor rapped on the door and said someone wanted to see Malati. The man wouldn't give his name, the boy said, sounding breathless, itching to get back to whatever game he'd been playing. "He's waiting in the tea shop," the boy said and ran away. "Let me go with you," Ramchandra said. Someone sent by Malika Didi, he thought, and the same thought seemed to register on the other faces in the room. But Malati stopped him. "No need to disturb your dinner. I'll go by myself. Must be someone who didn't realize I'd moved here." She washed her hands and face and disappeared. Malati didn't return even after they finished eating, even after they congregated in the children's room and, on Rakesh's insistence, played a game of carom. At one point, Ramchandra went to the bedroom window that afforded a partial view of the tea shop. If she was in the shop, she must have been farther inside, because he couldn't spot her. Darkness had fallen. Why was she taking so long? "Why don't you go downstairs and check?" Goma suggested. But Rakesh, who was his partner in the game, wouldn't let him. "We haven't played in so long, and now you want to spoil it," he cried. So Ramchandra stayed. When one round was over, he got up and said, "I'd better see what's going on," and went downstairs. In the dark, Malati bumped into him under the arch that opened to the street. "You took so long." "I was worried," he said. "Nothing to worry about," she said. "Who was he?" "A relative. He wanted to know what I was doing." Her voice was heavy, as if she'd been crying. "What's wrong?" She walked toward the door. "Old memories." Upstairs, she gave the same story to Goma, who exchanged a look with Ramchandra. Goma heated her food, and they sat with her while she tried to eat. But she played with the food and said she'd lost her appetite. "I'll eat it tomorrow, Baju," she said. Her eyelids were slightly puffy. I don't want this food to go to waste. In the bedroom, Ramchandra wanted to review some material for the next day's exam, but Malati said she was exhausted, that she couldn't concentrate, and that she already knew enough to pass the exam. But there are some areas. Please, sir, she said, then cradled Rachana and went to bed. He woke in the middle of the night to feel her shifting beside him. He said, "What's happening with you? Are you scared about the exam?" "Yes." "You'll do fine," he said. But her apprehension had aroused his anxiety. He imagined her in the exam room, holding her pen, paralyzed, unable to write the proper answers. The picture played over and over in his mind until he shut his eyes tightly and willed his pleasant scenes into view. In the morning, Goma performed another puja in front of Ganesh, and although Ramchandra offered to accompany Malati to the exam center for moral support, she declined the offer. "It's probably better for me to go alone," she said, "so that I can clear my head." "At least let me walk you to the bus stop," he said. She seemed reluctant even about this, but he insisted. She walked quickly, although there was plenty of time for her to get there. Ramchandra reminded her of this, and she slowed down. He noticed that she kept looking back, as if she thought someone was following her. He teased her about her nervousness, saying she was anxious but was too embarrassed to show it, and she smiled at him sheepishly. At the bus stop, he squeezed her hand before she boarded. He walked home slowly, enjoying the crisp morning air, the way it cleared his nostrils. On New Road, he listened to the crowd gathered under the peepal tree. The government had arrested the top leaders of certain political parties, one communist, one Congressy, and a well-known chairwoman of United Left Front. In Janakpur, a southern city bordering India, a pro-government rally was disrupted by young men waving black flags and chanting for the death of the panchayat system. Ramchandra lingered by the crowd, listening to the opinions and analyses. "This is real," he thought, and a tremor of anticipation ran through him. A police van went by slowly, the cops scanning the crowd. The voices died down, and the people dispersed. As Ramchandra was waiting at the curb to cross the street, a car stopped beside him, and he recognized Harish. Ramchandra did a namaste, and Harish rolled down the window and offered him a ride. Ramchandra declined. "You're probably late for an appointment," he said. "Besides, Jayzidaval is only a stone's throw away." But Harish got out of the car. He was wearing a suit and a tie, and Ramchandra couldn't help comparing his outfit with his own frayed shirt, trousers with stains near the pockets, and discolored shoes. The two men stood there awkwardly. "I hope things are fine at home," Harish finally said. Ramchandra said they were. "How is Goma Didi?" "She's fine. The children are fine. This entire universe is fine," he wanted to say. "And Harish's pale face turned crimson. "And your guest?" Ramchandra couldn't help laughing. She's fine too. In fact, I just saw her off at the bus stop. Today is her big math exam. And he found himself becoming garrulous. He explained to Harish how she'd first come to him, and how he'd devised all the strategies that he hoped would help her. After he finished, he was embarrassed, but he also felt good, as if he'd needed to tell someone how Melody had become part of his life. Harish, having listened attentively, said, "Remarkable. I'm sure she'll be fine." Then he added, "As long as Goma Didi is fine." "Your Goma Didi is fine with this," Ramchandra said. "Maybe too fine." Harish looked at him quizzically, but Ramchandra didn't elaborate. Right then a policeman came by and said Harish was illegally parked and proceeded to write him a ticket. "We were about to leave," Harish said, and handed the man a 20-rupee note, which he pocketed and left. "I can go by myself, Harish Babu," Ramchandra said. "Give my regards to Nalini." "Let me know how I can help," Harish said. "I think I'll pass," Melody said. "I think I did well." Ramchandra looked at the question sheet. She'd done some calculations on it, and they were wrong. "Let's go over this and see what you wrote down," he suggested. "Do I have to? I've been through this so many times." A hint of irritation appeared on her face. "Did you discuss your answers with others?" "Let it go," Goma said to Ramchandra. "She must be tired. It's been a long haul for her." That night in bed she seemed preoccupied. She'd smile for no reason, then suddenly frown. A few times she looked at Rachana and stroked her lovingly. He asked her what she was thinking. "I'll be so happy once the results are in. Then I can really start thinking about getting a job and going to college at night." "What kind of job are you thinking about?" "I don't know. A secretary, maybe. I can take a typing course." "And what will you study in college?" He found it remarkable that he'd never asked her that before. "What do you think I should study?" "Math." She laughed softly. "You could," he said, "although that'll take a lot of effort. I'm thinking about economics or maybe even commerce. Both of those involve math." She laughed. "There's no way out for me." Later, when he tried to touch her face, she turned away, saying she was tired. She'd never done this. Usually she needed only a touch to respond to him. "What's on your mind?" he asked. "Nothing. I am tired." Can't a person be tired sometimes? When he woke the next morning, she was getting dressed. "I'm going out for a short while," she said. "Where?" She was putting on a bright sari. "A friend has invited me for tea this morning." "What about Rachana?" "I'm taking her with me." Rachana was chewing the end of a pencil. Melody had dressed her in a colorful frock, put kohl around her eyes, and even pasted a red dot on her forehead. She looked adorable. "Which friend?" He didn't like the strident tone of his voice, but she was holding something back. You don't know her. I met her at the exams. She talked to Goma in the kitchen before leaving, and later Goma said to him, "What's the matter? Why is your face like this?" Like what? Like she searched her mind like a goat whose head is about to be chopped off. Ramchandra laughed. It's nothing like that. She's been acting strange the past few days, Goma said. Something's on her mind. Do you know what? Why would she tell me? Goma said. You'd be the first to know. She talks to you more than she talks to me. As he said this, he understood that he'd felt it many times. I'm sure you know things about her I'll never know, Goma said, and when he looked at her, he saw a hint of something. Sadness. Loss. But she'd already turned her face away. Well, what shall we do today? He asked. It was Saturday. Let's do something. Let's see what the children want to do. The children wanted to go on a trip. Rakesh suggested Balaju, with its garden and gushing stone spouts. Sanu wanted to go to Swayambhu and admire Buddha's eyes on the stupa that cast a kindly gaze over the city. After much wrangling, Rakesh won, and they settled on Balaju. They decided to go after the morning meal, after Malati returned. But she didn't return. They ate and waited. Rakesh was getting impatient, so they decided to leave without her. Should we take a taxi? Ramchandra asked. What for? It's only a few kilometers. They made their way through the crowded streets. They climbed the small hill of Chhani and walked past the museum, while the sun, hot for February, bore down on them. Rakesh complained, Sanu lagged behind, and Ramchandra wondered where Malati was. By the time they passed the Swayambanath temple, they were tired. Let's just go to Swayambhu today, Ramchandra suggested. We can go to Balaja some other time. But Rakesh started arguing, so they pressed on. They walked the ring road that circled the city. Runners passed them, in their jogging outfits, woolen caps on their heads. Why couldn't we have at least taken the bus? Sanu complained, and Ramchandra laid the blame on Goma, who finally agreed that perhaps walking wasn't such a great idea. Outside the gate of the Balaja Gardens, they went to a restaurant and relaxed, sipping hot tea. The money for tea could easily have covered a taxi, Sanu complained to her mother. Okay, shut up now, Goma said. Walking is good for your health. They entered the gardens and headed toward the water spouts. Men in underwear soaped themselves under the streams flowing from the spouts. Women washed clothes and banged them rhythmically against the stones. They sat on a grassy area nearby and watched. Rakesh said he too wanted to take a bath, but Goma told him that he'd catch a cold in such icy water. Ramchandra had to urinate. Excusing himself, he wandered around, hoping to find a bush behind which he could perform the job. He hated doing this here, but the lack of public bathrooms in the city was a serious problem. In Balaji, the only urinals were inside the swimming pool complex, and he'd have to pay an entrance fee to get in. About 200 yards away, he found a bush that would hide him. He looked around and opened his zipper. As he was urinating, he heard laughter that made him suck in his breath. Then a voice drifted toward him and rang in his ears. Melodies. He peered around the bush and saw, a few yards away, a couple sitting on a mat spread on the grass under a patch of sunlight beneath the trees. Melodi's back was to him, but he recognized the bright sari. Rachana was playing on the grass nearby. The man sitting in front of Melody was young, Ramchandra could tell, even though he couldn't see his face clearly. He had a mustache, and he was saying something that made Melody laugh. The man glanced up, saw Ramchandra, and stopped talking. Melody turned around, but Ramchandra hid behind the bush again. He zipped up his trousers and hastened back to Goma and the children. They spent the day at the gardens, walking around, eating some bhujiyas Goma bought, and Ramchandra kept trying to doubt what he'd seen. By the time they were ready to go home, he had come to the conclusion that he'd been mistaken, that his anxiety about Melody that morning had blurred his vision. The family caught a bus, which dropped them off at Shahid Gate, and they walked home. Melody came to the landing as they climbed the stairs. "Where did you go? I've been waiting all day for you. When did you get back?" Ramchandra asked. "Around 11. You must have left just before that." Goma told her about the trip to Balaji. "You went to Balaji?" Her face turned crimson. Ramchandra couldn't help saying, "Why? Were you there too?" No, she said. "I told you. I was back here at 11. Goma and Melody went to the kitchen to cook dinner, and Ramchandra sat down with the children to play carom. Throughout dinner, he searched Melody's face for hints of guilt. But why did he expect her to feel guilty? After all, what relationship really bound them together? Later, after she changed into her sleepwear and slipped into the bed, he felt a strange dislike for her. Why had she lied to him? Why couldn't she come right out and tell him and Goma where she'd been and whom she'd been with? And this resentment prompted him to say what he'd held back until now. "You really didn't go to your friend's place, did you?" "What makes you say that? Why would I lie to you? Somehow I know. But I don't understand why you haven't been honest." "The exams are on my mind, that's all." Her science exam was the next morning. "If you're worried about your exams, why haven't you been home studying?" She was about to turn off the lights but stopped. "What's happened to you? Why are you speaking to me in that voice? I don't understand why you're not focusing on your exams. Why the need to go all over the city?" "I wasn't all over the city. I was at a friend's house, drinking tea, discussing the exams." Yes. "Where do you think I was?" Do I have to tell you? So far their voices had been quiet, murmurs, but now hers took on a hard edge. Can't I have a moment of peace in this house? Do I have to be watched all the time? By everyone? The strident tone surprised him, then it angered him. You ungrateful woman, he said. Even our Sanu has better sense than you do. Of course your daughter has better sense. She's blood, after all. What relation am I to you? None, he said. I was foolish enough to think there was something between us. There's nothing anymore. His words seemed to cut her. She got up from the bed and knelt on the floor and said, loudly, God, what have I done? Stop that, Melody. You'll wake everybody up. But she remained where she was, her back to him. In the next room, the bed creaked, and Ramchandra knew that Goma must have heard their raised voices. Come back here, he said, gently now, and this time she obliged. I was with him, she said. Who? By now he knew what the answer would be, and he dreaded it. Rachana's father. After all this time, he's left his wife. And earlier, he left you. He says he thinks about our daughter all the time. Do you believe him? She nodded. That's why I agreed to see him again. He wanted to tell her that she was foolish to believe him, but he remembered how young she was. She said he'd found out about her from Bhakta, the taxi driver who had taken them to Dakshin Kali, and he claimed his heart was cut to pieces when he heard that his daughter and the mother of his daughter had been kicked out of the house and were living with strangers. That's why he wanted to see her, wanted to see his baby, who, he said, looked just like her. And what has he been doing all this time? Where has he been? He had a small trading business in Upadhyay, she said, but right now the business was slow, and he'd come back to Kathmandu and was driving a taxi. He was sorry for what he'd done to Melody, and he wanted to make it up to her. What's his name? Amrit, she said. I'm not going to see him anymore, but today I felt sorry for him. He wanted so badly to hold Rachana. Where does he live? He has a room near Ranjana Cinema Hall. Ramchandra lay on the bed, his hands folded across his chest, breathing slowly. I shouldn't have fought with you, she said, and placed her hand on his belly. When he didn't respond, she moved her hand farther down, and at first he ignored her, his mind on her laughter in Balajug. But her hand was persistent, and he became aroused. In the midst of their lovemaking, he whispered, Will you promise not to see him again? She promised. What was all that about? Goma asked Ramchandra the next morning when they were alone. He considered telling her about the taxi driver, but decided there was no need for her to know. We had a small argument. About what? Were you scolding her again for not studying? No, I told her to let us know of her whereabouts so that we wouldn't worry. You mean about yesterday? God, she was with her friends. Why do you have to be so strict? She's not your daughter. I'm not strict with my daughter. Goma said her parents had invited them to dinner that evening. So, they've come around. I don't know. I think mother misses me and the children. She doesn't miss me, he said with a chuckle. So do you want to go? What about Melody? Melody and Rachana will go with us. It'll be uncomfortable. That's their problem. I'm not uncomfortable with it, she said challengingly. Are you? I don't know, Goma. I don't know you anymore. I don't know myself anymore. He didn't know how to handle her sadness, so he said, we can ask Melody what she wants to do. Melody said she didn't want to go, that she couldn't face the Pandy's hatred, but Goma insisted. She pointed out that Melody was very much a part of the family now, and that her parents would accept her. Melody looked at Ramchandra, but he had no advice for her. Finally, she said, I'll think about it after my exam today. I have too much on my mind right now. In the evening, she appeared subdued, and when Goma brought up the subject, she acquiesced, seemingly too tired to protest. When they were in the bedroom getting dressed for the dinner, he asked whether she thought she'd done badly on the exam that day. She didn't respond, and he asked again. In a quiet voice she said that Amrit had appeared at the exam center, saying he wanted to see her and his daughter. What did you tell him? I told him I couldn't. That he was the one who'd ended it, and that was that. She didn't seem to trust her own voice. Outside Pandy Palace, Melody was awestruck by its grandeur. They must be very rich. Then she became frightened. What will I say to them? I have nothing to say. You don't have to say anything. Just enjoy the food. Goma was holding Rachana, who clung to her as if she were her mother. They walked in through the gate, but no one came to receive them on the porch. In fact, the place was so quiet that it seemed to be abandoned. No sound came from the servants' quarters. A heavy smell of incense in the house made Ramchandra uncomfortable. Goma pushed open the door and went inside, and it was she who found Mrs. Pandy seated on a step at the top of the staircase. Where is everybody? Why are you here like this? Everyone is gone, Mrs. Pandy said. Where? They're all gone, Goma. Ramchandra and Goma exchanged glances. Later, Ramchandra recognized that this kind of understanding came from their years of living together, knowing what each other thought without having to say it. The same dread had entered their minds simultaneously. Something had happened to Goma's father. Father? Goma asked. He's gone. He's inside. Goma sat down beside her mother. She let out a sob. He's gone. Gone. When did this happen? A few minutes ago. He lay down to sleep, and then he went. Did he say anything? Nothing. He just went. Did you give him water? Wide-eyed, Mrs. Pandy looked at Goma. Water? What for? I burned incense. Are you sure he's gone? Maybe he's sleeping. Goma looked at Ramchandra. Will you check? Ramchandra hesitated. But Goma looked at him pleadingly, so he went into the Pandy's bedroom. The old man lay on the bed, his face peaceful. Ramchandra put his fingers below the old man's nostrils and didn't feel anything. Then he put his ear to his chest, and there was no movement. The window was open, and a gust of wind blew in, ballooning the curtains. Ramchandra closed the window and looked outside. The sky was covered with grey clouds. The old man would no longer cast critical glances at him. But Ramchandra didn't feel relieved, as he'd thought he might. In the past, in moments of extreme misery, he had imagined Goma's parents dead and his feeling of satisfaction. But where was that feeling now? Ramchandra went to the landing and said, "He's gone." Goma began to cry, and then they all were crying, even Malati. "We should move him downstairs," Ramchandra said. "Where are the servants?" Mrs. Pandy said the servants had gone to the market earlier to buy food for dinner. "Then I'll carry him downstairs." "Rakesh, you'll help me." Rakesh clung to his mother, afraid. "How can he help?" "He's a child," Goma said. Ramchandra went back into the room and, with some difficulty, placed the old man's arm around his shoulders. "Any moment he'll wake up and pat me on the shoulder," Ramchandra thought, and wanted to laugh at his own stupidity. Mr. Pandy's hand was cold. The dead man's feet dragged as Ramchandra pulled him to the landing. Goma rushed downstairs to place a mat on the floor for the body. Once they'd placed him on the mat, the women began to cry again. Then Mrs. Pandy noticed Malati. "What is she doing here?" Malati backed away toward the wall. "What's that woman, this whore, doing here?" Mrs. Pandy said to Goma. "Mother, this is not the right time," Goma said. "Of course this is the right time," Mrs. Pandy said. "My beloved husband is dead, and that filthy woman's in my house. I don't want to see her." Goma looked at Ramchandra, who signaled to Malati to follow him outside. "I think just for today, it's better if you leave," he whispered to her on the porch. "I knew I shouldn't have come," Malati said. She set Rachana on the floor, sat down, and covered her eyes. "I can't take it anymore. I've been reduced to a whore by everyone, and I've done nothing." "She's like that always," Ramchandra said, trying to calm her. "Pay her no attention." "Why did you bring me here?" "You mustn't think about yourself," he said. "We don't want to upset Mrs. Pandy more." He sat with Malati, mollifying her by saying that the old woman was in shock and was uttering nonsense. He gave her some money for a three-wheeler, patted Rachana's head, stood up, and turned to go back inside. Malati threw the money on the porch and walked away, and didn't look back when he called. Goma was holding her mother, who had begun to wail, rocking back and forth beside her husband's body. 10. Mr. Pandey's body was cremated on the banks of the Bagmati River. As he had no sons, his closest nephew, a man Goma and Nalini barely knew, performed the rites. He lit the fire that quickly engulfed Mr. Pandey's body on the funeral pyre, made of fresh wood. Ramchandra watched the smoke drift up to the cloudy Kathmandu sky, and tried to formulate some wisdom about the nature of death, but the words became entangled with the memories of how Mr. Pandey had treated him. He looked at the wind-blown face of his wife, and he tried to gauge her feelings. He'd never heard Goma speak fondly of her father, although there was no question that she respected him, perhaps was even in awe of him. Did she love her father? Was it a dutiful love rather than a genuine one? And here Ramchandra's heart sank. Did Sanu feel the same way about him? His daughter, standing near him, appeared to have grown into a woman in the past few weeks, a wise young woman with a sad understanding of how the world worked. Sanu caught his eyes and smiled faintly, and Ramchandra's doubts vanished, just as Mr. Pandey's body was turning into ashes at the bottom of the pyre. Goma and Nalini had insisted on attending the funeral, even though women traditionally were not allowed to. He had no sons, so we are his sons, Goma said when Mrs. Pandey objected. And who has the right to tell us that we can't see our father off? In the end, Mrs. Pandey herself came to the banks of the Bagmati, drawing criticism from the relatives, who said that such behavior would displease the gods, that perhaps the old man's spirit would find no peace. Mrs. Pandey merely pointed to her daughters and said, "I tried to convince them, but this is what they want." Ramchandra had to shave his head, as had the other male members of the family. At first he'd resented this intrusion on his body from a man who had not shown him one iota of respect while he lived, but within hours he got used to it and took pleasure in running his fingers over his smooth scalp. His ears caught the wind easily now, and sometimes they tickled for no reason. Mrs. Pandey had said that he had to wear white clothes, but Goma intervened and said it was not necessary for a son-in-law to be dressed completely in white, only one article of clothing had to be white. So Ramchandra wore a white cap. The mourning period lasted for several days. The children returned to Pandey Palace with Goma. Malati was on the last leg of her exams. She seemed to have lost all interest in studying, she didn't even look at the books anymore. Often she'd be in the kitchen, cooking, and singing. She had a sweet voice, Ramchandra discovered when he first heard her. He stood in the doorway, holding Rachana, listening. "Where are all these songs coming from?" he asked. Since he now went to Pandey Palace right after he'd finished teaching, and returned to the apartment only late at night, he felt that he'd lost touch with Malati. He felt awkward with her. She hadn't mentioned Amrit again, but he suspected that when he was at Pandey Palace in the evenings, she went to see him. The day Mr. Pandey died, he'd been at Pandey Palace all day, making the funeral arrangements, notifying relatives, and in the evening he'd called the shopkeeper with the telephone and asked him to fetch Malati. But the man came back shortly to say that no one had answered the knock on the door. When Ramchandra later asked her where she'd been that evening, she'd replied testily, "What does it matter where I was? I was kicked out of someone's house, wasn't I? It's my fate to be kicked out of everyone's house. Who knows when I'll get kicked out of this one?" Her face changed when she said such things, when anger made her words acidic. In bed, she didn't respond to his touch as eagerly as she had, and he saw her eyes become glazed when he entered her. One time, when he started caressing her, she turned away and said, "I'm tired," and he was left with his hand on her hip. On the morning of her last exam, he told her that he'd take her to a restaurant later to celebrate. He wasn't supposed to do this during the morning period, eat food with salt, let alone have meat. But he was tired of the restrictions, and he figured no one would know. When she asked him where they'd go, he said, "There's a restaurant with umbrellas in Ranapakari. 3 stories high. A rooftop." He liked the way the word sounded, he'd heard people call it that. He'd often seen the restaurant when he walked by Ranapakari, and he used to speculate about the people who ate there. When he'd looked up, he'd seen the heads of people, talking and enjoying the scenery below, as if they were the lords of the city. "Have you been there before?" she asked. "Never." "That's why it'll be a good place to go. It must be expensive. For today, we'll not worry about that." Ever since Malati had entered his life, he'd been saying variations of this. The meal at the restaurant would probably cost around 80 rupees, and with no tutoring fees for the next few months, that was a large sum of money. But they had to celebrate, he rationalized, and perhaps this moment of rejoicing would once again bring him close to Malati. "Aren't you supposed to go to Pandi Palace?" she asked with a smile, as if she already knew the answer. "I'll make up an excuse," he said, also smiling. He liked the idea of their having a secret. The excuse that he came up with, when he called Goma from the school, was that he needed to go to the school to work out some details about extracurricular activities for the next academic season, which would start soon. Goma seemed to have forgotten that it was the day of Malati's last exam, because she didn't mention it. She talked only about how her father had apparently left her mother with more debts than they'd thought he had. "Now the creditors are already banging at the door. Can you imagine that?" she said. "In a matter of days. These people have no morals." He asked to talk to the children, told Rakesh not to give his mother any trouble, and asked Sanu how she'd done in the school spelling contest. "I came in first," she said nonchalantly, and he laughed with pleasure. Actually, he did have to go to the school that afternoon. Bandana Miss had called in a panic, saying that Kanal Sir had become gravely ill and would not return next year, so they had to discuss how to cover his classes until they found a replacement. Ramchandra found that the death of his father-in-law had served to lessen his colleagues' disapproval. They sympathized with him, even though some knew that Mr. Pandey had treated Ramchandra badly. Only once during the meeting in the staff room did Shailendra make a reference to second wives, but he got no encouragement from the others, so he kept quiet for a while. Bandana Miss was making preparations for her son to go to America, and between their discussion of the classes and the budget for the coming year, she talked about him at every chance she got. "You should think of sending your children to America, Ramchandraji," she said, and Ramchandra merely smiled and said, "America is a distant dream for most of us, Bandana Miss." "That's precisely the sort of attitude," Bandana Miss said, "that makes Nepalis so hopeless. They never learn to dream. We dream of feeding our family and sending our children to a school, any school," someone said. "Unless you dream of something higher, you'll never move toward it," Bandana Miss said. "So, what's your dream?" Shailendra asked Ramchandra. Ramchandra was daydreaming about Malati, about the evening on the rooftop, and he replied, "I dream of a house of my own in Kathmandu." "And who will occupy that house?" "All your family members," Shailendra said, emphasizing all. "Yes, all my family members," Ramchandra said. "You don't expect me to ask you to occupy the house, do you?" Everyone laughed, and Shailendra became quiet again. Malati wasn't there when Ramchandra got home that evening. He made himself a cup of tea and waited by the window. It began to drizzle, the cold rain of winter, and he worried about having to spend more money on the three-wheeler they'd need to go to the rooftop restaurant. He finished his tea, went to the bathroom in the courtyard, then came up to sit by the window again. It was nearly 6:30. The rain was falling harder. The tea shopkeeper had no customers and was standing in the doorway, watching the rain. A crow landed on an electric wire right in front of Ramchandra and started making its raucous noise. Ramchandra shooed it away. The shopkeeper looked up, and, after making some small comments about the rain, said, "She went in a taxi." Around 3 o'clock. Ramchandra pretended he didn't hear, and the shopkeeper stood there, smiling. Not long after that, a taxi pulled up, and Malati got out from the front seat, holding Rachana. She rushed to the entrance of the courtyard and stood there, waving to the taxi driver. Ramchandra strained his neck trying to see the man, but his view was obstructed. He moved away from the window and picked up one of his school textbooks from the floor. When she stood in the doorway, he pretended not to see her. "Is it too late for us to go to that restaurant?" she asked. "It's raining." "I am sorry. I had to visit someone." "You don't need to be sorry. No one should be sorry in this world. We could take a taxi." "I can't spend money like that all the time." "I have some money." "How?" "An old friend gave it to me." Ramchandra felt his chest twist, but he forced himself to say, "Do you need to change?" She said she was fine. By the time they reached the street, The rain was letting up, and they decided to walk. All the way to the restaurant, Ramchandra's chest remained constricted. They walked through Basantapur, into Indrakok, where the evening shoppers clogged the streets. They stepped into puddles and got their feet wet. Innocent, a bull came charging at Malati, and with a loud AMA, she dashed to the side, clutching Rachana tightly. Ramchandra bravely waved his arm to shoo the bull away. Some pedestrians laughed. Once at the restaurant, Ramchandra and Malati climbed the narrow staircase to the third floor, where the city opened out to them. Below was the Ranapakari pond, with the small white temple of Shiva in the middle. On the horizon they could see the tip of the Dharahara tower, pink in the light of the setting sun. A steady cacophony of traffic noise rose from the crowded street. Ramchandra and Malati stood in front of the counter, expecting the man behind it to guide them to a table. But he gestured, without looking, and said, "Sit anywhere you want." They chose a table that gave them a good view of the pond. A waiter approached with a menu. The prices were high, higher than Ramchandra had expected. "What would you like?" he asked Malati. "I'm not all that hungry," she said. "Maybe I'll have tea. I planned this big dinner for you, and you're not hungry. My stomach's been upset since this morning." He ordered chicken chili for himself, and Malati, probably aware of his disappointment, asked for a plate of samosas, which she shared with Rachana. An uneasy truce hovered between them. Ramchandra tried to make small talk, and Malati said that her last exam, an optional one on history, had gone well. Now there would be the long wait for the results, which sometimes took 6 months or more. She said that she'd run into Malika Didi in the market the other day, and her stepmother ignored her and talked only to Rachana, who became frightened and cried. Ramchandra talked briefly about what was happening at Pandi Palace. Then there was a lull in the conversation, and they looked at the street, now glistening with lights from the shops. "What's that?" Malati said, pointing to the horizon. In the dark it was hard to tell, but it turned out to be a crowd heading toward Ranapakari. As the crowd came closer, they could hear a soft chant, although Ramchandra couldn't make out the words. "There are police vans," Ramchandra said, pointing immediately below them. When the throng reached the mouth of Kamalakya, men got out of the vans and merged with the crowd. Ramchandra heard some shouts that sounded almost like shouts of joy, and for a moment it seemed as if the policemen were dancing with the people. "What's happening?" others on the rooftop whispered. And then the shouts turned into cries of pain, and Ramchandra saw people being hauled into the vans. As abruptly as the crowd had appeared, it disappeared, and the next moment, the police vans took off. Within a few minutes, it was as if nothing had happened. The customers in the restaurant talked about what had happened. "The government's going to squelch this even before it begins," someone said. "I don't know," one waiter said. "There'll be a bloodbath tomorrow, Democracy Day." The chanting of the protesters echoed in Ramchandra's head as he paid the bill and they headed down. This time they avoided the alleys and took the main street of Ranapokari. As they were walking past Burr Hospital, it started to rain again, hard, and they ran for cover under the awning of a shop. It was the first floor of Mahankal Temple, right across from the military hospital. The rain clattered loudly on the awning, accompanied by thunder and lightning that ripped open the sky. Other pedestrians squeezed against them, seeking shelter, and Ramchandra's body pressed against Maladi's. The sensation didn't give him the pleasure it used to, although his heart still raced and he could still smell the mustard oil in her hair. Soon Rachana began to squirm in Maladi's arms, then started crying, which brought disapproving looks from the others. "So much noise in here," said a woman wearing expensive-looking clothes. A taxi stopped on the street before them, and the woman rushed over to it, but the driver didn't let her in, and there was an argument. Maladi's face brightened, and Ramchandra immediately knew who the driver was. By then, he'd also recognized the taxi, with its sharp streak of silver on the side where the paint had peeled off. "Shall we go?" she said. "You go. I'll wait for the rain to die down." Rachana, impatient, was trying to wiggle out of Maladi's arms. "Please. She's becoming difficult. You don't need me." "Why do you need me?" "But you're stuck in the rain here." The others were listening intently to their conversation. The woman had come back and was muttering curses under her breath. Maladi insisted, and Ramchandra said no and looked at the sky, which was getting darker now that night was falling. Finally he thought, "What do I have to lose?" They rushed to the taxi and got in, and the driver said, "Why did you take so long?" He said this to Maladi, but it seemed directed at Ramchandra. He was a strikingly handsome man, Ramchandra had to admit, like a movie star, and Ramchandra suddenly felt ugly. Maladi didn't introduce him, and the driver pretended that nothing was unusual. He didn't speak during the short drive, although Ramchandra caught the driver appraising him in the rear-view mirror. "In Jayzitaval," Amrit said to Ramchandra, "that'll be 20 rupees. And he laughed. Ramchandra took out a 20-rupee note, threw it at him, and got out. Amrit protested, saying he was joking about the fare. Ramchandra climbed the stairs in front of Maladi, too angry to speak to her. In the bedroom, after she'd set down Rachana, who had quieted down in the taxi and was now asleep, Maladi said, "Why are you like this?" "Don't talk to me," he said. "I don't understand," she said. "He was only giving us a ride." "Was that so bad?" He looked at her as if she were crazy. "He treated you like an animal. And you take him back as though he'd done nothing." "He didn't treat me like an animal. He lied to you and left you pregnant. That's your story, not mine. But he's changed. He regrets what he did. He regrets. And that's enough for you. What do you want me to do?" Nothing. He went to stand by the window. Darkness had taken over the street, and the lights had gone on in the shops. A bicyclist pedaled his way through the dark, weaving in and out of traffic. "Do you think I'm happy here?" Her words stung him, and he turned around and glared at her. "What? You're not happy? Can you imagine anything better for you than what you have right now? You sleep with a woman's husband, and she takes you in and treats you as if you were her sister. I never wanted pity from you, and I don't want it now. No one's pitying you. You're an ungrateful little wench, that's all." He regretted his words even as he spoke them. "Go ahead. Why don't you call me names too, the way everyone in the city does?" She picked up Rachana, who squirmed but went right back to sleep in her mother's arms. When she made a move to leave the room, he said, "What? Is your lover waiting for you outside? To take you away with a wedding band?" At that thought, he strode over to the window. The car was still there, in the shadows, the silhouette of a man leaning against it, smoking a cigarette. "You made plans with him, didn't you? That's why you picked a fight with me." "I made no plans with anyone," she said. And as though the whole thing had exhausted her, she sat down near the door, holding her head. "I don't know what to do with you," he said, his arms crossed over his chest. "Please, just leave me alone for a while." "Are you going to see him now?" "Leave me alone, please." "I'm not going anywhere." He walked down the stairs, into the courtyard, and out to the street. The driver was still leaning against his taxi, the cigarette glowing. Ramchandra moved toward him, thinking he'd say something, although he wasn't sure what. But as he neared the man, he saw that it wasn't Amrit. And feeling foolish, he walked past. For some time he roamed the streets, where pockets of people were discussing what would happen in the country tomorrow. Pressure was building in Ramchandra's chest, as though he were about to break out in a sob. In Indrakok, he spotted a bhatti, with a couple of customers inside, drinking the local liquor. He entered and asked for a glass of Roxy. The drink went easily down his throat, and he asked for another. After 3 drinks, his mind seemed to clear, and he began chatting with the shopkeeper, who sat behind the counter under a poster of a heroine from an Indian film. The conversation was light, with much laughter, but the shopkeeper soon went to join some customers who were talking about the arrests in Kirtipur. Moments ago the police had raided the houses of student activists and taken hundreds of them off to jail. Ramchandra listened to the talk about the incident. He felt like telling them that his father-in-law, who had disapproved of him, had recently died. And that Mr. Pandey's soul must be happy at those arrests, because he believed that those in power must hold on to their power. If I have another drink, Ramchandra thought, I'll really start blabbering and making a fool of myself. He left the bhatti. At home, Malati was already in bed, and he changed and slipped in beside her. "You've been drinking," she said. "Just a bit," he said. "I don't like the smell." "You don't like anything about me anymore." "That's not true," she said. She ran her hand through his hair. After a while she said, "He wants to marry me." "Your taxi driver." "Amrit. He told me that today." "And what do you want to do?" "I don't want to marry him." "Why?" "I don't trust him." "That's right," he said. The alcohol had taken hold of him now. When he opened his eyes, the room spun, so he kept them buried in her armpit. The room was dark, and he was more comfortable this way. "But Rachana does need her father," she said. "When she grows up, people will mock her, say she's a bastard. I'll adopt her as my daughter." "You're not serious." "She's already a part of the family, isn't she? I can formalize the adoption." In his drunkenness, the idea appealed to him even as he said it. He could lay claim to another daughter. Both Sanu and Rakesh adored Rachana, and Rachana loved Goma as if she were her mother. Why not? What will Baja think? She won't mind. Remember, your living here was her idea. Malati was quiet, and he listened to his own breathing, the slight gurgling sound in his nostrils. The alcohol floating inside his head was like a sweet syrup. "But you're not her real father," she said. "And that's what she needs." He sat up. "What real? How real was he when he left you pregnant? When he didn't seek out Rachana after she was born? He had a wife. He had his own difficulties. It occurred to him that she was using him as a sounding board, arguing with him to clarify her own thinking about Amrit. Or perhaps to convince herself about what she wanted to believe. Somehow, in the dark, he found her face and slapped her. Her silence told him she'd expected this. He'd never lay a hand on Goma or on his children, but that he'd slapped Malati about a taxi driver was a sign to him that something had gone terribly wrong, that something was terribly wrong with him. "I shouldn't have done that," he said immediately. "I am sorry." But he didn't reach out to touch her. "I make many people angry." He didn't want to listen to her self-pity, so he said, "The fault is not yours. People who become angry for their own reasons, not because of you." His voice had become distant, remote. "You do what you need to do in life. I shouldn't stand in your way." Dawn was a few hours away, but neither of them slept. He could see that her eyes were open and she was staring at the ceiling. Once the effect of the liquor wore off, he became lucid, wide awake, with only a tinge of a hangover. He suddenly recalled from his childhood a boy, slightly older than he was, coaxing him to spit at the sky. He did, and the spit landed right back on his face, and people laughed, strangers. He remembered a small girl who made necklaces for him, and his mother teasing him, saying the girl wanted to marry him. The memories emerged and disappeared, and he found solace in them, and gradually he drifted to sleep. He woke just as light made the room visible. Melody had already packed her belongings. "I'm leaving now," she said. He nodded. "Please tell Baju I'm sorry. I'd like to see her, but I don't want to go there." "I'll tell her." He got up and embraced her, kissed Rachana on the cheek. He thought of giving her some money, but decided that would be in bad taste. He did ask whether she had enough money for a three-wheeler, and she said yes. He walked her down the stairs, carrying her suitcase. Mr. Sharma was at his window, brushing his teeth, and he waved his hand with the brush. Ramchandra waved back. Outside, they had to wait before an empty three-wheeler came their way. "I'll keep an eye out on the SLC results. I have your exam number." He helped her into the cab, and as it took off, she said, "Please tell everyone I was thinking of them." He climbed up the stairs and sat on the bed. The house was empty without her and the sweet noises Rachana made. An hour later he left the house and walked toward Pandy Palace. Democracy Day was a holiday, so he didn't have to go to school. The sky was filled with gray clouds, like an omen of the trouble that would start today. All the way to Batbatani, Ramchandra saw people standing outside their houses or in tea shops, talking about what was to happen. At Pandy Palace he found Goma alone in the kitchen and told her that Melody had left. But where did she go? Goma appeared alarmed. "Back to her stepmother." He told her about the taxi driver. "What do you think of this?" Goma asked, watching him carefully. He shrugged. "It's her decision. She has to do what's good for her." "You mean you don't care?" "I care," he said. He really wasn't sure what he felt. There was a sense of relief, as though an elephant had stopped pressing on his chest, but he was anxious, and his throat was parched by some craving he couldn't identify. It wasn't associated with Melody, he didn't ache for her body as he used to. After eating his morning meal, he fell asleep on the living room couch, and when he woke his heart was hammering. His throat was so dry that it hurt to swallow. He went to the kitchen and drank some water, but the anxiety remained. He went upstairs, where Goma was sitting with her mother, and said that he was going out for a walk. "But where?" "There's going to be trouble today." "I'll just walk around the neighborhood," he said. "Nothing will happen here." "Come back soon," Goma called out as he headed for the door. "Otherwise I'll worry." On the lawn, Sanu and Rakesh were looking at the flowers and chatting with the gardener. He went past them silently. Melody had mentioned that Amrit lived near Ranjana Cinema Hall, so he headed toward New Road. How would he find Amrit's house? And what would he say to Melody? He had no answers, but the only way he could lessen his anxiety was to see where she was, how she was going to live from now on. On the way he saw police vans patrolling the streets. Many shopkeepers had closed their shutters in fear of riots. In Asan and in Drakok, people walked around aimlessly, waiting for something to happen. When Ramchandra reached the statue of Judha Shumsher on New Road, he saw a large group of people rushing toward him from the east, holding red flags and shouting accusations against the government. Ramchandra needed to turn left at a particular alley, but got pushed to the opposite side of the street, under the famous peepal tree. The protesters ran toward Indrakok, their anti-government chants floating in the air. "The Panchayat rally is coming any minute," someone said. "That'll be fun." People had wild expectation on their faces. Then someone called out, "They're coming. They're coming." From the far end of the street, near the New Road gate, a procession headed in their direction. They could hear the faint chants, "Long live King Birendra, Panchayat system Jindabad." As the parade came closer, the bystanders could see a large poster picturing King Tribhuvan, the present king's grandfather, who had liberated the country from Rana dictators. Government ministers in official dress appeared first, led by the Prime Minister. Ramchandra's attention was drawn elsewhere. Across the street, at the mouth of the alley leading to the cinema hall, he saw Malati, with Rachana on her hip, standing next to Amlet. Why were they here with the baby? He shouted, waved his hand, but their eyes were on the parade. Ramchandra was thinking about crossing the street, telling them to take the child away from this mob of people, when a commotion broke out behind Amrit and Malati, near the cinema. A handful of men rushed into New Road, carrying the flag of the Congress Party. The next moment, seemingly at the wave of a scepter from one of the 2 million gods above, men and women appeared from all the New Road side streets, carrying Congressi flags and banners. Strident voices broke the air, "Down with the fascist Panchayat system." The men and women headed straight toward the crowd, where the Prime Minister now stood still. Ramchandra's eyes were on Malati, who was trying to push through the crowd toward the cinema. Amrit was trying to clear the way for her, but he was stopped by the mass that surged forward. Ramchandra saw Rachana fall from Malati's arms and disappear into the rush of arms and legs around them. Ramchandra experienced a twisted knot of panic. He was only dimly aware that the government procession near him had broken into chaos. The Prime Minister and the other ministers were running back toward the New Road gate. Someone shouted, "They have their tails between their legs," and people laughed. The men in the government parade scrambled to get away from the angry men and women bearing down on them from all the side streets. Some of the onlookers under the peepal tree got caught up in the frenzy. Now the crowd was rushing in every direction. Some ran to Indrakok, others took off in the opposite direction, to Dharahara. Sweating, Ramchandra shoved his way through the crowd. At first he didn't see them, then Amrit's taxi inched its way past, and Ramchandra saw Malati holding Rachana in her lap. The child's head was bloody. He shouted Malati's name, and she looked up, her eyes filled with tears, but she didn't seem to recognize him. The taxi honked, lurched forward, took a sharp left turn, and disappeared toward the new road gate. They were headed for the hospital. Ramchandra lingered for a while. The action had already moved toward Tundi Khel. He wanted to go to Burr Hospital, where he was sure Amrit had taken his daughter, but as the crowd around him swirled and voices of excitement rose to the sky, he let this impulse pass. All he could do was pray that the little girl had not been badly hurt. To avoid getting caught up in the confrontations around him, he took a circuitous route. In spots, small groups of people broke out into chants that decried the government repression and demanded multi-party democracy. In Naxal he found an open tea shop and sat down to rest. People inside said that the protesters had called for a nationwide strike the next day. All schools, shops, and traffic would be shut down. At Goma's insistence, he slept at Pandi Palace that night, in a small room next to the one she shared with her mother. The children slept in another room near the staircase. Because he didn't want Goma to worry, he said nothing about Rachana's injury. When Goma had asked why he'd been away so long, he told her he'd run into a colleague from school and had ended up going to the man's house for tea and conversation. That night, about 2 hours after he'd gone to bed, he was awakened by an incessant cawing outside his window. As his eyes grew accustomed to the darkness, he saw a crow, poking its head in the air and creating a ruckus. He opened the window and shooed it away, and by that time he was wide awake. He decided to walk in the garden to calm his mind. It had been a long time since he'd slept at Pandi Palace, but he knew the house well, having been here so often for meals and festivals. Before, the house had evoked in him a feeling of dread. Its corridors reeked of wealth he wasn't born to, couldn't dream of amassing in his life, let alone passing on to his children. When he ate in the big kitchen, with its shiny tiles and sparkling cutlery, with the 3 servants who tiptoed around deferentially and created near-perfect dishes, the food refused to go down his stomach, especially when Harish was present and Mrs. Pandy's hands flew near him to serve him. Now, after Mr. Pandy's death, the house had become transformed. It was almost as if the big mansion was his to do with as he wanted. Ramchandra scolded himself. What kind of a man was he, fantasizing about owning someone else's house, not just anyone's but his own in-laws? If people knew what he thought, they'd laugh at him. And that led to another thought, one that made him cringe. What would happen if Mrs. Pandy were to die tomorrow? Who would take over the mansion? Harish and Nalini? But they were rich already. What would they do with a big house like this? Is it possible, Ramchandra wondered, that Goma would inherit the house? In the garden, Ramchandra tried not to think about this possibility, but his imagination took off, and he pictured himself living here as the owner. He visualized himself walking through its corridors, opening doors to take peeks at his children sleeping in their separate bedrooms. Or climbing down the stairs, his hand caressing the smooth balustrade. Or inspecting the garden on a bright spring day, giving instructions to the gardener. or having workers install a Western-style commode bathroom on each floor of the house, which now had only a squatting-style bathroom. He saw the servants, quiet, courteous, and wearing freshly washed clothes, asking what he'd like for his evening meal. But how would he retain the servants with his schoolteacher's salary? How would he install those expensive commodes? Even if Pandy Palace were bequeathed to Goma, and thereby to him, there wasn't any way he could maintain it. Or would Mrs. Pandy leave behind a large sum of money for Goma? That thought made Ramchandra crazy, and he muttered to himself, "Stop, stop." He was about to head back when he looked up and saw the outline of a figure upstairs. It was Goma. Was she looking at him? He wanted to say something to her about himself and Malati. Or about her. But the words became jumbled with other words in his mind. She was watching him, and he was watching her watch him, and when he saw himself through her perspective, he came upon a stranger. "Goma," he said in his mind. "What is to become of us, now that Malati is gone?" 11. The city continued to explode into riots. Angry citizens taking to the streets were tear-gassed or fired on by the police. Men and women died. A student's death in Yahapa, a district bordering India to the east, infuriated college students across the country, and the campuses in Kathmandu became battlegrounds for the police and the students. Nor did Ramchandra's school remain untouched. His students, especially those in the upper grades, didn't want to study. They came to school and then left to join the demonstrations. With the image of Rachana's bloody head still vivid in his mind, Ramchandra tried to dissuade the students, but they wouldn't listen. Instead, they chastised him for not sympathizing with those who were giving their lives for freedom. One student even accused him of being a government crony, and Ramchandra said, bitterly, "Yes, you're right. I have a lot to gain by seeing that those in power remain in power. That's why I'm stuck in this miserable job, teaching you miserable students, clinging to my miserable salary." The student's accusation annoyed him, and he muttered to himself, "Do what you want. What do I care? I am just here to teach." But he did worry about the students, and in bed he had nightmares about their young bodies lying in gutters as their mothers pounded on Ramchandra's door. Most of the teachers supported the protesters, but a few came to the regime's defense. "These people want nothing but trouble," Bandana Miss said one morning, after the older students had left to support the anti-government demonstrators and the younger ones had gone home. Her brother occupied a high position in the tourism department. "This will lead our country nowhere." "You mean you don't want democracy?" Shailendra asked with a smirk. "We need control," Bandana Miss said. "Otherwise we'll end up like America, where people shoot each other on the streets." "I thought you liked America," someone said. "Didn't you send your son there?" For a moment Bandana Miss was stumped. Then she said, "Sending your son to America for education is one thing. Agreeing with its philosophy is another." I've heard you sing praises of America, Ramchandra said. Bandana Miss became defensive. That's an entirely different thing. We can't let this country fall to anarchy. What's your take on this, Ramchandraji? Gokul asked. You haven't offered us your opinion. I have none. Revolutions come and go. I still don't have a house of my own in the city. That made everyone laugh, and even Bandana Miss found a way to save face. So true, Ramchandraji, she said, placing her hand on his arm. So, Ramchandraji, Shailendra said, you mean to say that your personal problems are more important than the country's problems? My personal problems are my country's problems, Ramchandra replied. My history is this forsaken country's history. Not to worry, someone said. Democracy will make us all prosperous. We'll get rid of all those corrupt politicians, and you'll be able to build a house in Kathmandu, Ramchandraji. You mean Bandana Miss will raise our salaries? Will you, Bandana Miss? Shailendra asked. Where will the money come from? From Mr. Democracy. He has evolved with millions of rupees. That brought forth more laughter. Then the bell rang in the empty school. The mourning period for Mr. Pandey ended about 2 weeks later, and Goma and the children returned to Jayzitaval. Spring, with its painted blue skies and brisk sunshine, began to adorn the streets of Kathmandu. Gone were the sweaters, the rubbing of cold palms early in the morning, the families gathered around a single heater in the house. Even though the mornings and nights were chilly, at noon the sun enveloped the city, and people mopped their brows and complained of the heat. Soon after moving back to Jayzitaval, Ramchandra got into the habit of rising early in the morning, bathing at the tap before Mr. Sharma did, and doing push-ups and breathing exercises in the bedroom. I have to do something constructive, he told Goma. Otherwise my mind will go dull. Goma nodded. That's an excellent idea, she said. You'll become healthier as you age. She was still sleeping with the children, and although Ramchandra hinted a couple of times that she might move back to her bedroom, she ignored him. She didn't mention Malati, but sometimes when they were eating, in the children's presence, she seemed to be thinking of her. And he did feel energetic every morning after he finished the exercises and drank his first cup of tea. He would take a walk in the neighborhood, stopping briefly to chat with shopkeepers and acquaintances. In the evening, he read while the children played hide and seek in the courtyard or carom and cards in the bedroom. Sometimes his thoughts turned to Malati, then he became uneasy and couldn't concentrate on the book he held. One day, while Sanu and Rakesh were wrestling on the floor over a brand new pack of cards that Ramchandra had bought them, the shoulder strap of Sanu's frock slipped, and Ramchandra caught a glimpse of her breasts, now like those of a young woman. She caught his gaze and quickly covered herself up and left the room. Sandhya became naked, Rakesh said. Ramchandra scolded him, saying he shouldn't talk like that about his sister. He asked Goma whether she had bought Sanu a bra. Yes, but she complains that it constricts her, and she can't breathe. She's growing. She should wear one. He thought of Mr. Sharma watching his daughter. You know how she is. Maybe he should talk to Sanu, but she'd probably be uncomfortable, talking about such things to her father. During this time Ramchandra and Goma often went to Pandi Palace, because Mrs. Pandi was having health problems. Her hands swelled, and she had difficulty walking up and down the stairs. Often in the middle of a family conversation she'd become quiet, and when Goma asked her what was wrong, she said that she was lonely in the house by herself, that the walls were chasing her. She said that at night she heard the voice of her husband. She complained that someone tapped on the floor at dawn, urging her to wake up. Why don't you have one of the servants sleep in the house instead of the servants' quarters? Ramchandra suggested. They'd rob me blind at night, she said, and despite assurances from Goma and Ramchandra that they'd been devoted servants for years, Mrs. Pandi was adamant. Within a few days of this discussion, Mrs. Pandi's health grew worse. It declined so rapidly that people wondered whether Mr. Pandi's soul had indeed been tapping on the floor, claiming his wife. She fainted a few times, which fueled further speculation. Mr. Pandi's sister, a stout woman with deep religious convictions, told Goma that Mr. Pandi's soul had come to her and whispered that he wasn't happy. Goma was upset by this kind of talk. She's already paranoid, she told her aunt. And you want to make her more afraid. And then one morning they received a phone call from a servant. Mrs. Pandi had collapsed in the garden and was lying there, clutching her heart. Goma urged him to call an ambulance immediately, even though she knew it wouldn't arrive in time. Ramchandra suggested that they call Nalini, but she had accompanied Harish on a business trip to Bangkok. So Ramchandra and Goma rushed to Pandi Palace, where Mrs. Pandi was sitting in her bedroom, her face ashen. As soon as she saw Goma, she began to cry, "Don't leave me alone, please, mother. Don't leave me alone." Goma held her tightly, as if she were indeed Mrs. Pandi's mother. That day all the city hospitals had declared a strike, protesting the imprisonment of some doctors and medical students. They did get her to the teaching hospital in Maharajunjay, where doctors were examining patients in the open air. Mrs. Pandi was asked to lie on a table, and a doctor, after examining her, said it was most likely that much of Mrs. Pandi's affliction was psychological, although there were signs that she also suffered from diabetes. She needs to be around her family at this time, the doctor said. That'll take away some of the paranoia. Suspicious, because he thought the doctor had arrived at the diagnosis too quickly, Ramchandra said, maybe she needs a more thorough checkup. But the doctor had already moved on to another patient. Mrs. Pandi clung to Goma as they left the hospital, and when they were back in Pandi Palace, Goma told Ramchandra that they'd all have to move there. What are you talking about? Ramchandra said. I can't live here. And why is that? You know very well why. No, I don't, Gomez said tersely. My mother is very ill. She needs me, and you can't take care of the children by yourself. There's no point in paying rent to live in that crummy apartment while this big house is empty. Goma. Look, Gomez said, this is about my mother. I made a large concession to you not long ago. Have you forgotten? But you know that. Fine, if that's the way you feel, then the children will live here with me, and you can live in the apartment by yourself. She's not going to get better anytime soon. Then she won't. But I'll stay with my mother until, and her voice broke. He got up and held her, and she leaned against him. Please. Don't you see? It'll help me if you're here. Yes, he said and kissed her on the lips. It was the first time since he'd confessed to her about Melody that he'd held her like this, and he embraced her until she broke away from him, saying that she had to make soup for her mother. Ramchandra hoped that the one moment of physical proximity would restore their intimacy, but he was wrong. Goma maintained her distance, as if she could smell Melody on him, as if her initial reaction to his confession remained inside her, muted but strong. 2 days later they moved from Jayzidaval to Pandi Palace, but not before they had a raucous fight with their landlord, who demanded that they pay a month's rent because they'd not given him advance notice. This is not a hotel, the landlord said. The shouting match took place in the courtyard, with the neighbors watching from their windows. This is an emergency situation, Ramchandra said. It's one thing that you never took care of the apartment while we lived here. Now the least you can do is let us go in peace. What about my peace, then? How am I going to find someone on such short notice? Plenty of people in this damned city are looking for shelter. They finally reached a compromise. The landlord would let them go if they paid half the next month's rent. The idea was Goma's, who had been sitting on the doorstep, listening to them argue. Only because of you am I making this concession, the landlord said to her. Harish had sent a truck from his company for the move, along with a couple of young men to help, and by evening they'd emptied the apartment. On the final trip, Ramchandra sat in the front of the truck with Sanu, who'd been quiet since she was told that they were going to live in Pandi Palace. So, what do you think? Ramchandra asked her now. These days he talked to her as if she were a grown woman. Think about what? About us living in Pandi Palace. Since when did my opinion matter? You don't approve. He noticed a hint of rouge on her cheeks. I prefer to live in Jayzidaval. I have friends here. But you understand your grandmother's problem, don't you? Silent, she looked out the window, then she said, I don't know what to think. They've always made so much about our not having a house of our own, and now we're moving into their house. You should feel some pity for your grandmother. She's not what she used to be. What do you feel about this? The way she asked him, her head slightly tilted, reminded him of Goma. I am following your mother's wishes. She wants to take care of your grandmother. Sanu said, I hope it's not a permanent move. I don't think it will be. Once your grandmother gets better, we'll find a place of our own. But he knew his words were unconvincing. He kept hoping he'd run into Malati in the street, but when he didn't, he wondered whether something bad had indeed happened to Rachana. Sometimes on a rainy day he'd stand by the main door of Pandi Palace, looking at the garden, hoping that the next time the phone rang, it would be Malati. He once ran into Ashik in Ratna Park, and the boy asked him about Malati. Ramchandra had nothing to say. Ashik was waiting impatiently for the exam results, and when Ramchandra told him the results might not be issued for months, maybe even a year, given the political mess, Ashik said, I don't know what my father will do to me if I fail. Gone were Ashik's mocking smile and small witticisms. He even had a couple of white strands in his hair. The only thing Ramchandra could do was pat him on the back and assure him that he'd pass. The next afternoon Ramchandra went to Goma, who sat in the living room, darning one of Rakesh's sweaters. Mrs. Pandi was sitting on a sofa nearby, her head resting at an awkward angle against the back, her mouth open. Her health had deteriorated, but her paranoia had diminished. Now, unless she was moved, she sat in one place, mumbling. Her face showed signs of human expression only with Goma; with others, she remained silent, or looked at them quizzically, as if trying to figure out who they were. How quickly things change, Ramchandra thought. He started to speak to Goma, then changed his mind. Then changed his mind again. He told her that he'd lied to her about that day when he'd gone to New Road to find Malati. Why did you lie? He couldn't answer, and she didn't press further. She resumed her darning, and after a while said, So, did you see her? He told her that he'd seen Rachana get injured in the stampede. Goma's hands became still. How is she now? He said he didn't know, that he'd not gone back to find Amrit's house, that he was worried. I hope nothing has happened to the child. How could you not tell me? I didn't want you to worry. I want to know what's happened to that little girl, Goma said. Why don't you go, then? But I can't leave mother, Goma said. Any moment something could, she stroked her mother's cheek. Why don't you go? You were planning to go anyway. Mrs. Pandi tilted her head toward her daughter. As Ramchandra got up to leave, Goma said, If Rachana is fine, ask Malati to come for a visit. I want to see the two of them. She told him to take the car, but he said he'd rather walk. He still didn't feel comfortable in the Pandi's Honda. The driver was a bit of a snob, and Ramchandra smelled Mr. Pandi inside the Honda. On the way, he was again beset by anxiety. What would he say to her? Goma wanted to know how her daughter was doing, that's how he'd start the conversation. Then he remembered that he didn't know the exact location of Amrit's house. There were so many houses lining the alley in front of the cinema hall. Near Tangle, Ramchandra, on impulse, took the lane that led toward Sunrise boarding school. At first he didn't recognize Malika Didi's house. The yard was a mess, filled with garbage and old, cracked furniture. The chicken shed had been demolished and was lying in a heap. On the front porch, 2 stray dogs were keeping guard over a bone, and Ramchandra had to shoo them away to knock on the door. There was no sound, and he was about to leave. Then he heard Malika Didi's tired voice ask who was there. When Ramchandra identified himself, she opened the door. "What do you want, Professor?" She wore a dirty dhoti, and her hair was in filthy clumps. Even from behind the screen, he smelled rotting food. "Do you know where Malati lives?" "That whore," Malika Didi said. "She left me in this state." Ramchandra was about to remind her that she'd thrown Malati out. Instead, he asked what happened, waving his hand to encompass the yard, the chicken shed. Malika Didi opened the screen door and stepped out. "Everything's gone. Some motherfucker fed poison to my chickens one night, and the next morning they were all dead." "Who was it?" "Who knows? Many didn't like my prosperity. And there are lunatics in this city who only need an excuse to loot." "Where is Malati?" "She's living in front of Ranjana Cinema Hall with that taxi driver." She described the house. When he asked whether she was going to get the chicken business going again, she asked whether he would extract some money from his ass to give to her. He said goodbye to her and walked away as she shouted, "So she left you, a professor, for a taxi driver, eh?" Her vulgar laugh rang inside his head. Once he reached New Road, however, instead of trying to find Malati's house right away, Ramchandra walked into Ranjana Cinema Hall. He stood in the middle of the compound and turned around casually to face the row of houses across the alley. Malika Didi had said that Malati's building housed a tailor shop on the first floor. But he didn't see such a sign. He did remember that one of the shops at the bottom was a famous samosa restaurant he'd frequented when he was young. Ramchandra saw the sign, "Hero Restaurant." Yes, that was the name. He walked out of the cinema hall and into the restaurant, where he immediately recognized the proprietor, a dark man with pockmarks. Ramchandra identified himself, and it took a while for the man to remember him, but when he did, he offered Ramchandra tea and samosas, and they chatted about some of the people they used to know. Finally, Ramchandra got around to inquiring about Malati, and the proprietor instantly knew whom he was talking about. "You've come to the right place," he said. "She lives on the top floor of this house. The entrance is through the side door. A pretty girl, but that man of hers is not right." "Why?" "I've seen him sit here and eye the girls who enter the cinema hall. Sometimes he walks in there," the proprietor said, pointing toward the hall, "and tries to strike up a conversation. A real Romeo, that guy. Are they married? Yes, they got married a few days ago in a temple ceremony. Are they up there now? The husband leaves with his taxi early in the morning, but she may be there. Do you know her? Ramchandra told him that she was his student. This was a good opportunity to talk to her, but he realized, with a jolt, that it'd soon get dark and dangerous. As he was leaving the shop, Malati stepped out the side door, wearing a red dhoti, which connoted her recent marriage. The part in her hair was streaked with vermilion powder. Ramchandra held his breath and stopped. She didn't see him and went down the alley that led to Indrakok. Ramchandra followed a few yards behind. In Indrakok she bought some vegetables while Ramchandra maintained his distance. Sometimes he caught her profile, and was disappointed that he saw no trace of sadness on her face or of dissatisfaction with her husband. She was lively and bright, bargaining and chatting with the vendors. When she was finished shopping, she walked back, Ramchandra still following her. He saw that Rachana wasn't with her. Had something happened to the girl? But if it had, wouldn't Malati's grief have kept her from marrying Amrit? A few minutes after she walked up to her apartment, he climbed the narrow staircase and knocked on the door. A woman opened it, and just as he was asking for Malati, she appeared, with Rachana straddling her hip. Rachana gave out a squeal and babbled something, and a wave of relief washed over Ramchandra. "Sir," Malati said softly, "did you forget your way?" He didn't know what to say, so he remarked that Rachana had grown. Malati wiped her daughter's nose with her hand and said, "She often gets sick these days. I think it's the pollution in the city. Too many three-wheelers and old vehicles." Ramchandra felt awkward, standing on the landing. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" The woman told Malati she was leaving, and headed down. "My husband's sister," Malati explained. "She looks after Rachana sometimes." The apartment had one room and a kitchen, and they sat on the bed. The place was congested but neat. Ramchandra smelled cigarette smoke. "Tea, sir?" He shook his head and asked her, indicating Rachana, "You married her father?" "Yes," she said with a laugh. "Amazing, isn't it? We had a small temple ceremony. Are you happy?" "I am very happy," she said, meeting his eyes as if in challenge. He asked her about Malika Didi. "Oh, she's come around," Malati said. "You know, full moon, no moon. She found out where I live and she came and held Rachana in her arms. She says she misses us. But that's only because her business has collapsed." She paused and then said, "It's hard for her now. But my husband gives her some money every month. He really cares about her." Ramchandra pitied Malika Didi. Earlier, she couldn't admit that Malati was helping her. Malati asked about his family, and he told her everyone was fine except Goma's mother. "Where's your husband?" he asked. Ajit, is that his name? Pretending that he didn't recall the name made him feel less vulnerable. His name is Amrit. He comes home around this time, to drink tea, and then goes out again. Sometimes he drives the whole night. Ramchandra noticed a small scar on Rachana's left cheek. What happened? He asked. An accident, Malati said. You know how frisky she is. Goma would like to see you, he said. Malati wiped Rachana's cheeks and forehead before saying, It's probably better if I don't enter your lives again. He understood and he agreed. A few minutes later, he said goodbye and went down to the street. In all the noise and the swarms of moviegoers walking toward the cinema hall, he heard someone shout, Professor Saheb! Professor Saheb! In the dusk, it took him a moment to recognize Amrit, with his curly hair and long mustache, at the other side of the alley, trying to get to him through the crowd. Ramchandra merely waved and walked on, but Amrit pushed people aside and caught up with him. How are you, Professor? I am not a professor, Ramchandra said mildly. I am only a schoolteacher. What difference does it make? Where are you going? I just finished watching the cinema. Oh, we live right here, Amrit said. Why don't you come for tea? It's getting dark. Amrit grabbed his arm. Ramchandra noticed the cigarette between his fingers. Come on, Professor Saheb. Just for a few minutes. Malati will be very pleased. She keeps talking about you. What had Malati told her husband about him? Ramchandra wondered. Obviously not everything, or Amrit wouldn't have invited him to visit. Right near them, in the famous soda shop of New Road, bottles were opened with a pop and the carbonated lemon water sizzled in glasses. The shopkeeper urged Ramchandra and Amrit to move on, because they were blocking his customers. How is Malati? Ramchandra asked as they headed back toward the apartment. He hoped that Malati wouldn't let on that he'd already been there. She's fine. The baby is a little sick. They climbed the stairs, the cigarette smoke drifting down to Ramchandra as he followed Amrit. Look who's here, Malati, Amrit said when they walked into the room. Your professor. Ramchandra looked at Malati apologetically, and Malati said, Sir, it's been a long time. Everything well? Everything is fine, he answered. Smiling, Malati went to the kitchen to make tea, and Ramchandra and Amrit, who was now holding the baby and talking to her in baby talk, sat on the bed. Ramchandra asked Amrit about his driving schedule, about how much he made during a day. Amrit was friendly, talkative. Malati brought tea, and for a while they sipped in silence. Ramchandra said to Malati, the results will be out in a few months. Are you still planning to go to college? If I pass, Malati said. I'm stupid in math, remember. I'm a math monkey. Ramchandra was embarrassed by the reference. Passing the SLC is no good these days, Amrit said. Even people with college degrees are driving taxis. She might find a job as a secretary. Who'll take care of the baby? Amrit said in a friendly tone. As it is, I drive the taxi from morning to night. It was dark outside, but neither Malati nor Amrit got up to turn on the light. Ramchandra said to Amrit, "You should turn on the light. It's hard to see in here." "No," Amrit said. "Let it be dark. It's the blackout night, haven't you heard? At 7 everyone's to turn off the lights, so we may as well wait." Ramchandra did remember now. The Nepali Congress and the Communist parties had called for a 10-minute blackout this evening to protest government killings. Ramchandra peered at his watch. Only a few minutes more, and the entire nation would plunge into darkness. He was close to the window and could see that some people were burning a tire near the cinema hall. Soon, a strong whiff of scorched rubber floated up. At 7 o'clock, darkness enveloped the neighborhood, and whistles were heard. Someone nearby turned up the volume of a cassette player, and a popular Nepali song blared into the air. Ramchandra, feeling drowsy, wanted to lie down right there on the bed, but he knew he should get going, darkness or not. He forced himself to sit up. "I'd better leave now," he said. "It's too dark." "Why don't you wait for 10 minutes? I'll turn on the lights then." They sat still, and in a few minutes Amrit turned on the light. "You'll come to visit us again, sir?" Malati asked. "Of course I will," he said, knowing he wouldn't. "When I have time. Give my regards to Baju and the children." "Of course. My regards too," Amrit said, laughing, "even though I haven't met them." "Come and see me if you need anything," Ramchandra said. They nodded. Outside, a procession on the street was chanting, "Hatira Sarkar Murdabad. Death to the killer government." A group of policemen stood under a street light a few yards away, but they only watched. Ramchandra let the procession pass, then headed home. "God has protected that little girl," Goma said when Ramchandra told her that Rachana was fine. He mentioned Malati's marriage to Amrit, but didn't say that he'd spied on her before going to visit. "Will she visit us?" Goma asked. Ramchandra shook his head, and Goma nodded in understanding. That night the image of Malati bargaining with the vendors, a smile on her lips, kept returning, and he felt cheated. He imagined her as perfectly contented with her new life, a husband to take care of her and her baby, a husband who had once abandoned her, and who now, in all probability, slept with other women. Her naivete annoyed him, and he wanted to go back to that house and give her a piece of his mind. After everyone had gone to bed, he strolled in the garden, trying to calm himself. Despite everything, he loved the garden at Pandi Palace. It was large, with a fountain in the middle and beds of daisies, roses, and sunflowers lining the periphery and filling small plots throughout. A garden table with a bright umbrella sat in a corner, Sometimes the family gathered there on Saturday afternoon, and Ramchandra watched contentedly as Sanu and Rakesh ran around nearby. The servants brought glasses of juice or tea and deep-fried snacks, and the afternoon stretched out before them like a pleasant dream. But it was a mirage, a fantasy, Ramchandra reminded himself. This was not his house, and he felt shame at enjoying its privileges. Mrs. Pandey's health was better, although she still occasionally became agitated when she saw ghosts or heard voices. Her body was weak, and sometimes at the dinner table she'd throw up without warning. One day, at a relaxed moment under the garden umbrella, Ramchandra had broached the topic of finding an apartment of their own, but Goma had refused. "I won't move until she's completely better. Maybe Nalini can take care of her for a while," Ramchandra said. "Nalini can't take care of her. She doesn't know how." Ramchandra suspected that Nalini and Harish were glad they'd been in Bangkok when Mrs. Pandey collapsed. Nalini did visit almost every day, but she stood at a distance. She never slept over, not even when, one evening, Mrs. Pandey was so weak and paranoid that she was literally frothing at the mouth, and Goma had developed a migraine that, she said, was splitting her head in two with an axe. Everyone seemed to assume that only Goma was capable of caring for Mrs. Pandey. When Ramchandra tried to do something for his mother-in-law, she pushed his hand away. Sometimes she asked Goma who he was. And then there was Harish, who rarely came, and, when he did, was ill at ease, like a nervous schoolboy. 12. Several days later, a son of a bureaucrat came to Pandey Palace for assistance with his SLC exams. When Ramchandra told him that it was somewhat early to be studying for the next year's exams, the boy said that he wanted to pass in the first division, because he had plans to go abroad for further studies. For Ramchandra, it felt odd to be tutoring the student in Pandey Palace, with its enormous rooms and spacious air. Strangely, part of him longed for the cramped quarters in Jayzidaval, with the deafening traffic and the leaky ceiling. Now he tutored the student in the large living room, where his voice disappeared in the expansive space, and he caught himself speaking too loud. The student, who was smart, understood the problems and their solutions quickly. Ramchandra compared him to Malati, who used to chew on her pencil's eraser and nod vigorously even when she had no clue about how to solve a problem. The memory made him smile. Then he remembered, too, the happiness on her face in the market, and he frowned. 2 mornings after he'd begun tutoring, he came down to the living room and found Sanu talking to the student. She was smiling, looking down at her feet and then up at the boy as he talked about his recent trip to Bombay. Neither of them noticed Ramchandra, until he said, "Sanu, don't you need to finish your homework?" Startled, she quickly left the room, but not before flashing another smile at the boy. In the garden that evening Goma joined him, and they walked around quietly. When they stopped to admire a blooming fuchsia, Ramchandra placed his hand on her back and said, "How long will you remain like this?" She pretended not to hear him and pulled out some weeds. "Goma. I've done nothing," she said. "Can you not forgive me? You did what you needed to do. This isn't a matter of accusing and forgiving. Then why do you stay so removed from me?" She turned toward him. "There's a hardening in my heart. I can't help myself. Please don't be like this." "I can't help myself," she repeated. He cringed a little and then said, "Everyone can be forgiven. Please." He wanted to talk to her about Sanu, to say he was troubled by what he'd seen that morning, that their daughter was growing up too quickly, that he needed Goma to make sense of it for him. But all of that retreated to the background now. Did Goma think that he still longed for Melody? Did he? He couldn't tell. He did know he wanted to see her again, talk to her, ask her once more whether she was happy, and to demand the absolute truth. That night he dreamed that Sanu, her belly swollen with child, was wandering the streets of Kathmandu, digging into garbage. People continued to march in the streets, unfurling banners against autocracy, some even with words condemning the king, which left many people aghast. Processions, rallies, and riots became daily events in the city, and police trucks, crammed with helmeted men, hurtled through the streets. People talked in whispers that the king would soon declare military rule. "The army worships the king," people said. "They won't hesitate to massacre the people." Sanu had started to wear makeup. "What's wrong with her?" he asked Goma. "She's growing up. It's natural." Ramchandra suspected that Sanu was spending time with the bureaucrat's son, Kamal, outside the house. He'd reconciled himself to the fact that Sanu lingered in the living room while he tutored Kamal. But Sanu began to vanish from Pandi Palace for long stretches of time after school in the evening, and when she returned, her face was flushed. The bureaucrat's son lived only a couple of blocks away, which strengthened Ramchandra's suspicions. Sanu had also started sketching images from American comic books that showed two young lips kissing, with hearts floating above them. He showed these to Goma, who simply laughed. When he mentioned his suspicion about Sanu meeting the boy outside, she said, "It's her age. What do you expect her to do?" Goma's casual attitude baffled him. She acted as if she herself had been through this, that she understood what her daughter felt. Once again doubt about Goma's past bothered him. Again he wondered why the Pandis had married her off to him. These days he found himself looking at Sanu sternly whenever she passed by, and she, aware of his critical expression, kept her head down and barely spoke to him. When he was tutoring Kamal, Ramchandra sometimes scolded the boy for minor errors, even though he solved most of the math problems with careless ease. If no one controls her, what will happen if something goes wrong with her and the boy? Ramchandra said to Goma. You don't trust your daughter. It's not a question of trust. It's her age. I've seen how she looks at him. Can you guarantee that she'll control herself? Guarantee, Gomez said. I couldn't guarantee that you'd control yourself, and you're an adult. The next day he discovered in Sanu's school bag a letter addressed to Kamal. He hadn't meant to pry, but that evening, after Kamal had left, he was calculating the month's household budget and lost track of the numbers and fumbled around for a pen. When he couldn't find one, he noticed her bag in the corner and looked inside. The letter, written in Sanu's clear handwriting, proclaimed infinite love for Kamal, reminded him of some promises he'd made, then went on about the happy family they would have. It also proclaimed that neither would ever cheat on the other. Ramchandra was stung by the way Sanu had processed his relations with Malati. When Sanu came home later that evening, he accosted her in the hallway and showed her the letter. If he'd expected her to cower, to make apologies, to run away crying, he was wrong. The skin on Sanu's forehead became tight in anger. She snatched away the letter and said, I didn't think anyone would have the nerve to go through my belongings without my permission. I'm your father. Being a father doesn't give you that right, Sanu screamed. If you were a good father, she caught herself, then stormed upstairs and slammed her door. Goma came down the stairs and, her hand on the railing at the bottom, said, Why did you go through her bag? I needed a pen, he said. His knees were wobbly. Use your brain, will you? She said. You don't go poking around in a young girl's private things. Embarrassing for you, embarrassing for her. He told her what he'd found. You still don't understand. I don't care. Let her do what she wants. She's a good girl. Yes, he thought, but you didn't say that when she didn't like your parents. After that he stopped talking to Sanu. Actually, it was she who no longer spoke to him. During dinner or when passing each other in the hallway, she turned away, and a couple of times when he started to speak to her, she left the room. The growing unrest in the city rarely reached Pandi Palace. Busy taking care of her mother, Goma didn't even glance at the newspapers Ramchandra brought into the house. One day, after reading about skirmishes in different parts of the country, Ramchandra asked what she thought, and she said, I have no time to think about those things. She wiped the drool off her mother's face. These days, whenever Goma touched her, Mrs. Pandey clasped her daughter's arm so tight that her knuckles turned white. Perhaps to alleviate the pain of Goma's disenchantment with him, Ramchandra found himself taking a keen interest in what was happening in the country. At school, it was he who now initiated political discussions, often holding a newspaper article in his hand. So you've come around, Ramchandraji, Shailendra said. So now you think if we have democracy, you'll be able to build a house in the city. Ramchandra said, well, whether I have a house or not, things in this country must improve. Dream on, said Bandana Miss. Mrs. Pandey was rushed to the hospital again because of heart palpitations, and this time the doctors said that her condition was serious and that she'd have to stay for at least a few days. This meant that Goma had to stay with her, and suddenly Ramchandra found himself in charge of the household, a task he didn't relish. The house was too big. Added to it was Sanu's insolence. Rakesh, too, frequently defied his father and got into arguments over petty things. He clearly resented his sister's new lack of interest in playing with him, and he called her names every chance he got. Each morning the servants took Goma's food to the hospital, and each evening Ramchandra went there, carrying her dinner. When Sanu and Rakesh accompanied him, they fought in the car. At the hospital, their faces brightened when they saw their mother, who embraced them and asked questions. Often, Ramchandra excused himself and walked the corridors of the hospital, sometimes stepping out into the cold to smoke a cigarette, a recent habit. He did make sure not to light up in front of the children. The cigarette warmed him, softening the urgency of his thoughts. Mrs. Pandey was brought home, but her condition was worse. Now she had trouble sitting up. Sometimes Goma had to force open her mother's mouth to spoon in some soup, which dribbled down her chin. Her eyelids had turned blue, she didn't recognize even Goma. Nalini came by occasionally to help, but the strain of the situation appeared to be too much for her, and soon she conjured up excuses for not visiting. Sanu and Kamal began to see each other in public. People said that they were holding hands in broad daylight. Rakesh became more and more belligerent, and frequently got into fights with boys in the neighborhood. One day Ramchandra discovered a long chain in his son's room, and when he questioned Rakesh about it, the boy snatched it from his father and walked out of the room. Later Ramchandra learned that the ragtag group he hung out with liked to call itself the Chain Gang. Goma brooded in the evenings, and the children clung to her, offering her assurance. Ramchandra looked on. One Saturday afternoon, an argument erupted. Earlier that morning, Ramchandra, on his way to the market to fetch the day's newspapers, spotted Sanu with Kamal in a nearby tea shop, sitting close to each other, their hands entwined. Apart from the brazen defiance of social decency, it was the glaring lipstick Sanu was wearing that infuriated Ramchandra. His impulse was to go into the shop and pull her out by her ear, but he controlled himself. That afternoon, after a late lunch, the four were sitting under the garden umbrella. Rakesh and Sanu were talking about an immensely popular Hindi actress when Ramchandra, without lifting his head from the newspaper he was reading, said, "She looks like a prostitute. That's why she's popular. That's what makes young girls like you imitate her." Sanu jumped up from her chair and said to her mother, "Ba called me a prostitute." Goma's face changed. "What has come over you?" "You do nothing to control her," Ramchandra said. "I'm not going to be in anyone's control," Sanu said. "Whatever the case, you must not call her that," Goma said angrily. Mrs. Pandey, who had been dozing, raised her head, spittle running down her chin. It was Rakesh who came to his father's support. Boss saying the truth. Sandy has changed. She's always with that donkey. Sana raised her arm to hit her brother, but Ramchandra grabbed it. She was with him this morning, he said to Goma. Yes, I was, Sanu said. So what? You let her be, Goma said to Ramchandra. I don't need this tension. B.A., don't make mother tense, Rakesh said. Otherwise. The threatening tone of his voice was like that of a man. No one needs me in this house anymore, Ramchandra said. I don't know why I live here. And he walked away, through the gate, and out to the street. The sounds of the traffic and of children playing in the neighborhood washed over him. He felt as though someone had just died. He'd started all of this. He'd made this web. He'd created this world of alienation, and now it had trapped him. He walked until his feet could no longer carry him. Inside Jainapal Cinema Hall, he sat on the wall that surrounded the compound. A large poster caught his eye, the hero's face close to the buxom heroine's chest, the heroine's mouth open, as if she were singing. From a nearby shop, a radio blared a tune about true lovers separated by this cruel world. A teenager came over to him and asked, "Need tickets?" He shook his head. Ramchandra watched the moviegoers buying fritters and drinks from the stands. A woman wearing heavy makeup, her sari tied around her waist in such a way as to bare her midriff, eyed him from a few feet away, smiling. He smiled back, only because he had nothing to lose. As if waiting for this cue, she came toward him. "It's not a good film," she said, and leaned against the wall next to him. For a moment he ignored her, but her presence was forceful, pungent. "What's not good about it?" he asked. "The dances are horrible." Beneath the makeup, her skin was filled with pockmarks. "They all dance the same way," he said. "The same gyration of the hips, the same twitching of lips." "What about the plot?" "It's okay," she said, scrunching her face. "Too much action." She said action in English, and seemed to relish saying it. "What's your name?" "Rumila." She moved closer. "What's Di's name?" He hesitated, then said, "Srinath." He knew no one of that name. "Are you looking for some action?" she said. This time she turned toward him fully so that her breasts nearly rubbed his hand on the wall top. "How much?" he asked. "Depends on what you want," she said. 100 rupees for regular." "But that depends on what I do." A man wearing tight trousers approached them. She gestured to him, and he walked away. "You look lonely," she told Ramchandra. Ramchandra looked at the poster, at a young girl sucking on an ice bar nearby, at an old crouching man, his hands behind his back, whistling through his toothless gums. "I can make you feel better," she said. "A drink," he said. "That's what I need." You don't need me. He wasn't aroused by her, but he didn't want to let her go. He imagined she lived in a dark, dingy place, somewhere he could curl up and lose consciousness. Why don't we drink in your place, he said. Then he thought better of it and quickly said, forget it, and walked away. In Naxal, he found a bar and sat there all afternoon, drinking. The alcohol numbed his thoughts, and by the time he left, he felt as if he'd been anesthetized. At Pandy Palace, dinner had already started, and everyone became quiet when he sat down at the table. Where were you all day? Goma asked. The smell of alcohol must have hit her, she said, drinking during the day? What's come over you? He ate without talking. Rakesh stared at him, and Sana kept her head down. When he was done, he went to his room and lay down. The radio in the kitchen was turned on loud, and the voice of the evening newscaster floated through the house. All night, he drifted in and out of sleep. Toward morning he woke, his throat hurt. In the bathroom, he vomited into the sink and then lowered himself to the floor. Grabbing the cold porcelain of the sink, he cried for help, but no one heard him. After some time, he came to and dragged himself back to his room. He lay on the bed for a while and got up and knocked on the door to Goma's room. When she appeared, wide awake, he said he needed to talk to her. Downstairs, in the living room, he explained that he needed to move out of Pandy Palace. Where will you go? I'll find a small room somewhere. She didn't ask him why he wanted to move, yet he felt compelled to offer an explanation. Living in this house is doing something to me, I think I'm losing my mind. Whatever you wish. Don't you care whether I am near you or far away? He asked in a weepy voice. I do, but you have a will of your own. And if that's what'll make you feel better, do it. Preferable to your constant arguments with the children. They sat quietly. Ramchandra rolled his tongue around his mouth to drive away the taste of vomit. I think mother is going to leave us soon, Goma said. Ramchandra nodded. I don't know what I'll do then. We have our own family. I mean about the house. He didn't want to ask to whom the house would go. He knew that the Pandys had an impressive amount of money in the bank, plus a large chunk of land in the outskirts of Kathmandu. He wanted nothing to do with all this wealth falling into Goma's lap. I'm going to find a place this morning. She said nothing, she seemed to be already in mourning for her mother. The entire day Ramchandra scoured the city for a decent room at a reasonable price. He was astounded by the increase in rents over the past few years. Rooms that had no windows or rooms that looked over garbage dumps cost 600 rupees per month. In one place, near Bahbazar, he thought he'd found a room that was not exorbitantly priced until he saw, through a half-open door, the other tenants in the house, two hoodlums who were drinking and gambling. He thought of Sana coming here and immediately crossed the place off his list. Toward evening, just to delay going back to Pandy Palace, he went to Jayzitaval and ended up chatting with the owner of the tea shop. Something incredible is going on, Ramchandra said. He'd read about how even some government employees were joining the movement. The engineers of Royal Nepal Airlines had stopped working for several hours. Earlier that morning, a pen-down strike had encouraged government workers across the nation to put down their pens and refuse to work. Government workers going against the government, the shopkeeper said. That is remarkable. Suddenly, Mr. Sharma was at the door, and, in an exaggerated gesture of friendship, embraced him. We miss you here, Ramchandraji, he said. Ramchandra invited him to join him for tea, and they talked. In the midst of their conversation about the people's anger at the government, Ramchandra confessed to Mr. Sharma that things were not going well for him, and that he had to move out of Pandi Palace into a place of his own. Mr. Sharma took this news calmly, as if he'd known all along what was happening to Ramchandra. You should talk to our landlord, Mr. Sharma said. He's having trouble finding a tenant to replace you. When so many people are coming to the city, he's asking such a high price for that dump. What do you expect? I can't pay what I used to. I won't even be using the children's room. Talk to him, Mr. Sharma said. He was telling me he realized now what a good tenant you were. I'm sure he'll be glad to have you back. It may only be temporary. Don't tell him that. Ramchandra found the landlord in his house, a block away, watering the tomato patch in his garden. He came over when he saw Ramchandra at the gate. Everything all right, Ramchandraji? What a pleasure to see you. Ramchandra asked about the apartment, and the landlord expressed his dismay at not finding a tenant. Why? Are you planning to come back? Only me. But I can't pay what I used to. The landlord thought for a moment. How about if you rent just one room? I'll cut the price in half. But if I find a tenant for the other room, you'll have to share the kitchen and everything. Ramchandra didn't like the idea of living with a stranger, but he had no choice. The landlord shook his hand with enthusiasm. I'm glad you're coming back. He moved the following day. Since he had to transport only his belongings, and some pots and pans, he did it in one trip in the Pandi car. No one but Rakesh seemed troubled by his departure, and even he tried not to show it. When will you come to visit? He asked defiantly. It's not as if I'm moving to another city, Ramchandra said. He reached out to pat his son's head, but the boy ducked and moved away. I'll come by every few days. How about you coming to see your old friends at Jayzitaval? Why should I? They probably don't remember me. Of course they do. You had good friends. Bastila, Gaini. Rakesh looked wistful, but only for a moment. Sanu didn't even come down to the driveway. Make sure you eat at home, Gomez said. Don't eat in restaurants. You'll get sick. The same servant who had cooked for him before would come by in the morning to prepare his meals. Back in the noisy apartment in Jayzidaval, Ramchandra felt disoriented, as if he'd never lived here before. Yet, at the same time, everything was familiar: the crack in the wall that resembled a lizard, the loose hinge in the kitchen window, the creak of the floor as he walked from room to room. He peeked into what had been the children's room, and wondered how it would feel to wake in the morning and find someone else living there. Since the servant wasn't coming today, he opened his bag and took out the packets of rice and dal that Goma had packed and took them into the kitchen. He looked out the window to the courtyard, and there was Mr. Sharma, elbows on his windowsill. When Ramchandra's meal was ready, he took his plate to the window overlooking the street. The food tasted good, and he ate slowly, watching the activity on the street. The tea shopkeeper stepped out briefly to stretch, looked up at Ramchandra, and waved. Ramchandra smiled with his mouth full. For now, he didn't want to think about anything, about Goma or the children, about Malati, about what was happening in the city. He wanted to sit right there, enjoying the view of the people on the street. This was home. But his newfound serenity was shattered a couple of hours later, when the shopkeeper knocked on the door, saying that Goma was on phone, calling about an urgent matter. When Ramchandra reached Pandey Palace, tension hung in the air. Mrs. Pandey was gasping for breath through lips that had turned blue. She'd been brought down to the first floor, where she lay on a cot, her lips moving as if in prayer. She had refused to be taken to the hospital. "Now it's time for me to go to heaven, to reunite with my Lord," she'd said in a faltering voice. Whether Mrs. Pandey meant God or her departed husband wasn't clear. Goma held her hand. Mrs. Pandey's eyes fell on Ramchandra, and she raised a trembling hand. He knelt beside her and took her hand. Her eyes rested on his face and then turned toward Goma. Holding their hands, Mrs. Pandey died moments later. Over the next few days, after Mrs. Pandey had been cremated and the mourning period was underway, friends and relatives came to offer their condolences. Ramchandra held Goma's hand, and she reciprocated with a squeeze, until some word triggered a memory, and she'd disengage her fingers. Ramchandra moved back to the apartment, and Goma and the children stayed at Pandey Palace. At times, he wanted to tell her, "The reason we moved here no longer exists, so why not come back to Jayzidaval?" But something about her face told him that he would be rebuked for that suggestion. The days went by in a haze. Government officials were fired for expressing support for the pro-democracy movement. The king announced the dismissal of the government and nominated a prime minister who had a reputation for being softer. That did not prevent the massacre that took place in front of the palace one day. Anti-government demonstrators had marched from the city grounds toward the palace, clapping hands in unison above their heads. The police fired tear gas. People ran into the Tri Chandra campus and battered the police with bricks. A few hundred feet in front of the palace, agitators vented their wrath on the statue of King Mahendra. They hung a garland of shoes around its neck, broke its crown. The police fired. People collapsed to the ground. In the stampede, those trying to escape left their shoes and sandals behind, so the road looked like a flea market for used footwear. One morning Ramchandra woke to loud voices in the courtyard. Bleary-eyed, he went to the kitchen window. Below, some young men were shouting obscenities and punching and kicking Mr. Sharma, who, wearing only his dhoti, was trying to ward off their blows and was crying for help. A small crowd had gathered to the side. Ramchandra rushed down the stairs in his pajamas. In the middle of the staircase, the loose board gave way, and he hurtled down, his head crashing on the floor at the bottom. But it was the pain in his right ankle that made him sob. It was twisted badly and already turning blue. But there was Mr. Sharma, so Ramchandra forced himself to stand, his hand on the wall for support, and hobbled outside. One of the young men was holding Mr. Sharma from behind while others pummeled him. The man's face was bloody. "Call the police," Ramchandra shouted at the crowd and tried to pry off the arms of the man who was holding Mr. Sharma, even as his own leg was burning with pain. "Why are you beating this old man? Don't you have any shame? This old man, this page, touched our sister," one young man said. "We'll kill him." The man holding Mr. Sharma let him go, and he collapsed to the ground. "Save me, Ramchandraji. Please save me from them." Ramchandra knelt beside him, wincing as the pain shot from his leg to his hip. He looked up at the young men. "What happened?" One of the men's younger sister, barely 15, had come to fetch water at the tap early this morning, thinking there wouldn't be a line. Mr. Sharma had come down and yelled at her, then pushed her to the garden, where he touched her breasts and tried to kiss her. The man got angrier as he related this to Ramchandra, and his feet flew up and landed on Mr. Sharma's face. Mr. Sharma fell to the ground, clutching his face, howling. "Enough, enough. You can't beat someone like this," Ramchandra said. "What? And he can go around molesting little girls? Are you like him? Is that why you're defending him?" "Enough," Ramchandra said. "If he did it, he's learned his lesson." It took a while for him to placate the men, but he finally did, and they left, though not before threatening Mr. Sharma that they'd gouge his eyes out if he even looked at their sister again. Holding Mr. Sharma's arm, Ramchandra limped up the stairs to his room, where he applied some iodine to the cuts on Mr. Sharma's face. "I think my nose is broken," Mr. Sharma said. "And something is wrong in here." He pointed to his stomach. "It hurts so much." Ramchandra wet a towel and began cleaning the man's face. "I'd better take you to the hospital." "No, no," Mr. Sharma said. "What will I tell the doctors?" Ramchandra looked at his own ankle. It was swollen. "Why didn't you think of that when you took the girl to the garden?" His voice was cold. Mr. Sharma looked up at him. Ramchandraji, and he began to weep. Control yourself, Ramchandra said. Mr. Sharma kept weeping. Later, Ramchandra enlisted the help of the shopkeeper to take both of them to the hospital in a taxi. They sat in the emergency room until a nurse took Mr. Sharma away. It was another half hour before Ramchandra was called. The doctor who examined his ankle said that he'd need an X-ray before he could tell whether it was broken or sprained. Ramchandra had to limp all the way to the other end of the hospital to get an X-ray and had to wait almost 2 hours before he was given the folder. Then he spent another hour on a rickety bench outside the doctor's office. The swelling didn't appear to be getting bigger, and he found some consolation in this. The doctor examined the X-ray and said the ankle was only sprained. A cloth cast was wrapped around it, and a strange feeling came over Ramchandra as he limped out of the hospital. "This is good," he found himself saying. "I needed this." He didn't go to Pandy Palace for a couple of days. He called, but said nothing about his ankle. He hobbled around the city, sometimes even after the curfew, as if he dared the police to do anything to him. And then, back in the apartment, he'd scold himself for being so foolish. What was he trying to prove? At night, when he couldn't sleep, he'd walk around the flat, his ankle numbed by the painkiller the doctor had prescribed. Sometimes he'd stand by the kitchen window and look across the courtyard, half expecting to see Mr. Sharma at his window, chanting. But Mr. Sharma had gone into hiding, probably too ashamed to show his face in the neighborhood. Ramchandra sat by the window in his room and watched the street. Often he saw drunks, zigzagging across the night, humming to themselves. Sometimes he saw prostitutes, back from their nightly duties, perhaps hurrying to their children at home. At times, a gang of orphaned children walked by, making a ruckus, banging on old pots or singing loudly the latest cinema song. Ramchandra was filled with a longing that he couldn't describe, nor did he feel the need to. It swirled inside his head, and he recalled some of the intense pleasure he'd experienced when he'd first been with Malati. Then his memories went back even further, to the early days of his marriage, when the mere brush of Goma's finger against his in a public place would make him dizzy. Goma was the most beautiful woman for miles around, Ramchandra was convinced, and he'd watch her until she said, "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen me before?" And he'd say, "Not really." Ramchandra began to miss his children and Goma and Malati and even his mother. He remembered the hardships she and he had endured during their first few years in the city, and how close he'd felt to her then. He remembered the joy Goma had brought into his life, despite the criticism from her parents, and how happy he'd been when both Sanu and Rakesh were born, their tiny faces shining at him. He got up and dressed. The night was cool. He walked, with a limp, toward Pandy Palace, even though he knew it'd take him at least an hour to reach it. There was no taxi to be found. The streets were deserted. One policeman approached him in Naxal and asked who he was and where he was going. Ramchandra said he was going home after spending some time with friends. The policeman eyed him suspiciously but let him go. The dog barked and ran toward Ramchandra as he opened the gate and walked in. He patted the dog and was about to go inside when he saw Goma's figure in the garden, sitting under the umbrella. He walked toward her. "Somehow I knew you'd come tonight," she said. "How?" "Just a gut feeling." She noticed how he grimaced when he sat down. "What happened?" He told her, but didn't say that he'd been running down the stairs to help Mr. Sharma. She reached down and checked his ankle. "You should have been careful. I'll go fetch some ointment." He stopped her. "That can wait." He asked her to sit on the adjacent chair, took her hand, and said, "Listen, you don't have to answer this, but it's been bothering me all the time we've been married. Tell me, why did your parents marry you so late, and to me?" She laughed softly. "You walked all the way from Jayzitaval, with that ankle, at this time of the night, to ask me that. Please, give me an answer. What good would that do? It'll satisfy my curiosity." Under the light from the naked bulb on the side of the house, she twirled the end of her dota. "It's really simple. I'd said no to everyone they proposed." "Why?" "I didn't like their names or their faces in the photographs I was shown." "You based your decision on that?" "Yes. I've always trusted my feelings. And I knew there was someone out there in this wide world for me. And that was me? How did I get your approval?" She smiled. "I fell in love with you when you came here to tutor Nalini. The first day, the moment I saw you sitting on the living room carpet with my sister. There was something about your face, your belief in the world, as if you viewed it with an innocence that would drown all sorrows. At the same time, you looked tired, almost wise beyond your years. I was smitten. I used to walk past the living room just to see your face. I knew you didn't notice me, and that was fine. I had no intention of revealing my feelings. After you left, I'd lie on my bed and fantasize about you. I'd repeat your name. In my dreams you came and held my hand, smiled at me. I fantasized that you'd take me away from Pandi Palace, that we'd elope to India and live in a small hut, and that we'd be constantly in love. But even then I knew that my fantasies would be shattered, that I'd be married to someone of my parents' choosing." She went on to tell him of the day when a Lamy woman came to Pandi Palace and showed her parents a picture of a doctor, a successful heart specialist in the city. From behind the living room door, she heard her parents say yes, even though the doctor was a widower and was nearly 40. But Goma was getting old, and her parents were desperate. "What if she says no to this one too?" her mother said after the Lamy woman left. "This has gone on too long," her father said. "We won't get a better offer. I don't want to have a daughter who'll spoil our name by being an old maid." That night Goma didn't sleep. She was racked by nightmares about the doctor. In one of them, he opened her belly and left a surgical instrument there. The next morning her mother came to her room and showed her the doctor's picture. "Please say yes, Goma. Please." "We've already said yes." That's when Goma told her that if she married anyone, it would be the math teacher. "Who?" "That Ramchandra." When her mother realized that Goma was serious, she put her head in her hands. "My God, I can't imagine what your father will say." "Father can say whatever he wants," Goma said, "but that's my decision. You either negotiate with him, or I'll remain unmarried for the rest of my life." Her mother left the room, and a few moments later her father barged in, made Goma stand up, and slapped her. "So far I've tolerated everything, all your drama about I won't marry this one, I won't marry that one. But I will not tolerate this. I don't want to spend the rest of my life seeing you work as a servant. That puny tutor. Did he make moves on you?" Goma held her cheek and said that the tutor didn't know anything about her feelings. She stopped eating. Days later, her parents gave in. Well, her mother gave in, and persuaded her husband to save their daughter, who, she said, would waste away and die, and no one married a dead woman. Ramchandra sat still, hardly breathing. Then he slid off the chair and knelt in front of Goma. He held her hand, and a great sob escaped from him. She reached out and tousled his hair, then drew him close to her breast. "I am nothing compared to you, Goma," he said. "Shhhh. I don't deserve you. I've never idealized you. I just knew what I wanted. And I betrayed you." She held him, and he remained kneeling before her, his face buried in her chest. A breeze circled around them. 13. 2 days later a communiqué from the king's press secretary declared that the king had dismantled the one-party panchayat system. There would now be a multi-party democratic system in the country. The swiftness of this change surprised many. "You mean it's over?" people asked one another. In Pandy Palace, everyone stared in disbelief at the television set. "What does it mean for us, B.A.?" Rakesh asked. Perhaps because of the softness of his mother's expression when his father was there, he'd become polite toward Ramchandra. "I don't know," Ramchandra said. "More freedom, I suppose." "Can we have a house of our own now?" Rakesh asked. "You think the new Prime Minister will buy you a house?" Sanu said. "Is that what you think? You're so stupid." She often used the English word stupid these days, sometimes to refer to herself. She no longer spent time with Kamal. Ramchandra had seen the sadness on her face when she came home after seeing the boy for the last time. But he was certain there would soon be another boy in the picture. Then he would again have to struggle with his overprotective attitude. For now, there was an unspoken truce between him and Sanu. He'd been pleased when, a few days ago, she came to him with a math problem that would be on her forthcoming exam. She didn't make conversation with him as they solved the problem together, but he could sense the change in her feelings about him. When they heard the shouts of celebration on the street, all of them went down to the gate. People were streaming onto the streets, shouting, "Panchayat system Murdabad, long live multiparty democracy, this is the people's victory." They tossed red powder into the air. Lighted candles appeared on the windowsills of the surrounding houses. A procession passed by the gate. People in an open truck shouted their triumph, clapping their hands above their heads. Some people danced in front of the truck, and a hand reached out and grabbed Ramchandra. It took him a moment to recognize the face, Mukesh, the student who'd thrown the dead rat at him. "Sir, sir," he shouted above the noise. "Salam, sir. I won, you lost. Your panchayat is gone. The rat is buried." He was laughing, so Ramchandra wasn't sure whether he was serious. Ramchandra said, "Are you going to pass your SLC? Are you going to college?" But Mukesh pulled him over and coaxed him to dance, which he did, much to the amusement of Goma and the children. He soon returned to them, out of breath. The celebrations continued into the night. Sometimes they heard fireworks, at other times, shouts of victory. That night in bed Ramchandra watched Goma figure out, on a piece of paper, the household budget. Warm glasses of milk sat on the bedside table. Ramchandra's nightly banana, which he claimed he took for its potassium, lay close by. "We can't stay here forever, Goma," he said. "This is not our house." Since that night in the garden, he'd slept here with Goma. Every night he told himself, and Goma, that he'd walk over to Jayzidaval, because the rent was going to waste. But every night after dinner he wanted to sleep with Goma. "What will I do with this big house?" Goma said. The Pandys had bequeathed the house to her, leaving their land to Nalini. "I hate it," Ramchandra said. "I've always hated it." She stopped her calculations and looked at him. He'd half expected her to get angry, as though he'd violated the memory of her parents. "But I have to deal with it," she said. "I grew up here, and my parents lived here." "We should move," Ramchandra said. "Where?" "Back to Jayzidaval, where we're paying rent." "And what will I do with the house?" "Sell it, put the money in the children's name, for their college." "Can Sanu and Rakesh adjust to living in that cramped flat again? With no servants?" "It'll be hard, but that's the way they've lived most of their childhood." "All that noise." Mr. Sharma's chanting. He hadn't yet told her about what had happened to Mr. Sharma, he didn't know why. "Think of it as a temporary shelter. We'll be building a house soon." The same talk again. "Where's the money coming from?" "I'll take on extra duties. I'll teach part-time in the evenings." Whatever it takes. Even if we can lay only the foundation of a house, that's a start. Things are changing in this country, there'll be more opportunities. You know how lazy you've become since we moved here, she said. I can't see you working harder as you get older. So forget about a house. A cramped flat is our destiny. We may as well accept it. He sprang to his feet. Are you calling me lazy? I'm not lazy. Look. And he started doing some sit-ups right there. First, she smiled. Then she laughed at the sight of the muscles on his scrawny legs puffing under the strain. You're such a joker, she said softly, and he thought of their wedding night, when he'd shoved the banana into her mouth. Now, he looked at the banana on the bedside table. Goma looked at it, too. And they smiled at each other, wondering who was going to make the first move. Epilogue. 11 years later, during the tense days when the Maoists looted, terrorized, and killed people across the country, and a month before the Crown Prince obliterated most of the royal family, Ramchandra, his hair turning grey, went on his morning walk to the local market in Kirtipur. He walked regularly now, usually in the morning. A few years ago, he and Goma had built their house in Kirtipur. Goma had sold Pandi Palace to a wealthy Marwari businessman, whose extended family lived there. The house, built on an incline, was small, with only 2 bedrooms, so Sanu and Rakesh still shared a room. But it was enough for them, and the air here was cleaner than in Jayzitaval. The house also afforded a pleasant view of the surrounding hills, and every morning Ramchandra took his tea to the veranda and enjoyed the scenery before starting his walk. Soon after the declaration of democracy, Ramchandra had taken on several duties, often 2 or 3 in both the morning and the evening. Goma finally got her sewing business going. While they were still living in Jayzitaval, she set up her singer machine in the kitchen and began to turn out petticoats, vests, blouses, and lahanas for women in the neighborhood. She'd get up early in the morning, and the steady chuck of the machine could be heard from behind the closed door. Ramchandra was deeply impressed by her diligence. This was a woman who'd spent the first half of her life with servants who catered to her every wish, yet here she was, in the cold, damp kitchen, bent over her sewing as if hard work was an inbred quality. It was Goma's income that had made the house possible. And as soon as they moved into it, she'd set up her sewing machine in a room adjacent to the kitchen and gone to work. These days she received orders from a well-known tailoring house in the city, and when she did, she would sew night and day, drinking cups and cups of tea, pushing herself to meet the deadline. 2 years ago, Ramchandra had managed to find a job at a private boarding school, one for children from rich homes. His salary had doubled, but then, so had the price of everything in the city. In the morning when he walked, he noticed the changes taking place all over. Houses had cropped up everywhere, traffic, even in the outskirts, clogged the streets, smoke lingered in the air. Sanu attended Padmakania College, where she was studying Nepali literature. She had become active in some local women's groups, and often marched along the streets, demanding economic and social equality for women. When Ramchandra once saw a newspaper photo of Sanu leading a march, he immediately called his colleagues and friends to let them know of Sanu's growing prominence. What pleased him even more was that after Kamal, she'd shown no romantic interest in men, although quite a few of her friends were boys. Her involvement in women's issues was direct and sincere, and over the years had brought Ramchandra much pride. He acknowledged to himself the subtle astonishment he'd experienced at his daughter's sense of purpose. He was already receiving calls for her hand in marriage, some from quite prominent families. Several of those, however, had been withdrawn when the families learned of her passion for alleviating women's suffering. Sometimes Goma was upset at the withdrawals, especially those from well-known families. But Ramchandra always dismissed them. "Who cares if they don't want my daughter? My daughter doesn't want them." Can you imagine Sanu with a sari covering her forehead like this? Ramchandra put his right palm above his head and his left palm on his chin, imitating a meek bride, and Goma laughed. As for Rakesh, he'd barely managed to pass the SLC. He hung around the house, listening to Western music, which sounded raucous to Ramchandra. Rakesh had grown into a handsome young man, and he often stayed out late at night with girls, sometimes in the local hotels. Ramchandra couldn't help thinking that had Rakesh passed the entrance exams to get into St. Xavier's school when he was younger, he would be someone else now. But when Rakesh failed a second time, Ramchandra had talked to the Jesuit principal to find out what his son was doing wrong. The principal, a short genial Indian priest wearing what looked like a white robe, had advised him not to be obsessed with this school but to try several other schools in the city that were equally good. Ramchandra had not been convinced, but what else could he do? Rakesh did show a quick understanding of computers. Frequently he sat for long hours in front of the one Ramchandra had purchased for him a year ago. Rakesh seemed to understand the machine intuitively, and was often called by friends whose computers weren't functioning well. "There's a possibility here," Ramchandra admitted. 3 years ago, Nalini and Harish had divorced, citing mutual incompatibility. Nalini had been tight-lipped about it, even to Goma. Ramchandra thought Goma might try to dissuade her sister from taking that step, but Goma said, "If it's not working for her, who am I to tell her what to do?" The divorce had taken place without rancor, and the couple of times Ramchandra had seen them after the decision, when they were still living together, he'd been struck by how they treated each other as they had before, with formality, with aloofness. Goma was worried that Nalini would not get anything in the settlement, but Harish let her have the house and also settled on her a large sum of money, enough for Nalini to contemplate opening an upscale restaurant in a luxury hotel. Harish moved to Bangalore, where he started a computer software company that, Ramchandra heard, was doing extremely well. Maybe Harish can do something for Rakesh, Ramchandra thought, but he'd have to broach the topic with Goma, and perhaps even with Nalini. The Kantapur school remained in the same squalid condition, the same puddle-filled courtyard, the same lack of space. A few months ago Ramchandra had dropped by to pay his respects to Bandana Miss, and discovered that she had gone to America to live with her son. Her letters to Gokul Sir, who was now the principal, indicated that she was not happy. Her son had married an American, and, Bandana Miss complained, a black American at that, a Habsi, and she wrote that she still wished she had chosen a proper, fair Nepali bride for him. According to her, her son and daughter-in-law were so busy with their work that they didn't have time for her, and she felt lonely and sad. I'm beginning to think that America is not such a great country, after all, she wrote. As the principal and Ramchandra were talking about Bandana Miss, Shailendra came into the staff room. He greeted Ramchandra warmly and asked about his family without any hint of his previous sarcasm. When Ramchandra asked about his, Shailendra smiled. You don't know, Ramchandra sir. Ramchandra shook his head. I ended up marrying Namita, he said. Ramchandra congratulated him and asked how she was doing. We have a small baby girl. He told Ramchandra that Namita had continued to see him even after her parents whisked her out of school, and ultimately her parents had relented. Of course, our castes didn't match, Shailendra said, not to mention that I am a mere schoolteacher and her parents are very rich, but they have accepted me, wholeheartedly. In fact, I have a feeling that I'm their favorite son-in-law. Today was Sanu's birthday, and Ramchandra, who wanted to buy some goat meat, went to his usual butcher. While the butcher was cutting the meat, Ramchandra heard a voice that made him swivel his head. To his left, a few yards away, was a woman inspecting some tomatoes and haggling with the vendor. Although her back was to him, he knew immediately who she was. She turned slightly and he saw her profile. There were new lines under her eyes, her chin was no longer smooth, and she'd put on some weight. The butcher handed him the meat in a plastic bag, and he paid and was about to walk over to greet her, when something held him back. It was the young girl standing beside her. She had the same face, the same slim nose. Rachana noticed him staring, she stared back and then looked away. Malati finally bought what she wanted, and she and Rachana moved on. He followed, still thinking he'd say something, call out her name, shout Namaste, tell her that he was sorry she hadn't passed her SLC that year. The day the exam results were published, he'd looked for her number in the newspaper. It wasn't there. Ashok's was. A few yards away, Malati stopped to talk to a woman, who exclaimed that she hadn't seen her in years. Ramchandra, too, stopped. He looked in the window of a sari shop and heard Malati tell the woman that they had moved to Burgunjay, where Amrit had started a garment factory. But the factory hadn't done well, and they were back in the city, with Amrit again driving a taxi. It's difficult, Malati said to the woman, but we hope to buy the taxi from the owner." They continued chatting, and Ramchandra continued to examine the sari shop until the owner came out and asked him whether he was interested in buying anything. Malati was still talking to the woman when Ramchandra passed them. He deliberately walked slowly so that she would see him and call out, "Sir, sir," and he would turn around and exclaim his pleasure at seeing them and pat Rachana on the head. But nothing happened. He kept walking, and after about 100 yards, he turned around. She was no longer there. About the author. Samrat Upadhyay is the author of Arresting God in Kathmandu, a Whiting Award winner, The Royal Ghosts, and The Guru of Love, a New York Times notable book and a San Francisco Chronicle Best Book of the Year. He has written for the New York Times and has appeared on BBC Radio and National Public Radio. Upadhyay directs the creative writing program at Indiana University.